All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, everybody. We're excited to have you join us today for our cybersecurity virtual workshop for Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I'm Haley, the marketing coordinator here at Center, and I want to personally welcome you and thank you for joining us on this educational event. Just a little background about how this is going to run. I have Jesslyn on with me. She'll be monitoring the chat and Q&A and help us keep track of any questions that come in. We also have James Schuler on, who many of you know and love. He'll be helping us to keep track with time, and he'll be leading a session at the end of the workshop. We're conducting this virtual workshop with the hopes that each of you can learn something that's specifically relevant to your business. We wanted to bring you practical strategies that will help give you the tools to keep cybersecurity at the forefront of your business plans. And additionally, we want to help educate companies because human error is the primary cause of cybersecurity breaches, accounting for 95% of all breaches. This event is different from our normal events, so whether it's your first time at our event or you're a center event veteran, you're going to get something new and insightful from this one specifically. Normally, we conduct industry-related or topic-related webinars, but this virtual workshop's goal is to give you more than just information and tips, but a hands-on look at your plan for a much-needed cybersecurity strategy in your organization. We're excited to do something new. For those of you who are new to us, Center Technologies is a managed service provider known for delivering enterprise experience and personalized service with the local touch. We're excited that you're here. Before we get started with our first session, we want to run through some house rules for this virtual workshop. The link you used to join just now is the same link that you'll use if you decide to hop off and on this workshop at any time. Our first sessions are 30 minutes long and the last one is 45, so jump in and out as you need, but your personalized link will work all day. If you have any questions, like I mentioned, Jesslyn is going to be monitoring the chat, so go ahead and put them in there. There will be some time at the end of each session to go through some questions, but we might stop during sessions, just depending on the session, to answer questions, but we'll see how that goes. With that said, we want to make sure all the questions are answered, so please drop them in there as you think of them. This is a collaborative space. Please be aware during some sessions that there will be conducting a few polls, so don't be alarmed if something pops up on your screen. We're not trying to steal your information. We just want you to be interactive with us. Finally, to our speakers, just a reminder that we will be keeping up with time, and I'll give you updates toward the end when we need to move on to Q&A. So with that, our first session, we're going to welcome Ariel Davenport, Hot Wing Champion at Center and lead architect, who will be speaking with Michael Ruhi, a security sales engineer at Checkpoint. So get excited to hear about leveraging AI in your organization and how to protect yourself from the threats it poses. Ariel and Michael, if y'all want to take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Haley. So again, my name is Ariel Davenport. I'm the lead architect at Center. And really what that means is that I help our customers implement and ensure that things that they put into their environment are going to work and meet the business challenges that they face. AI has been a big part of that, and we are seeing an increasing need around AI. So Michael, you want to give a quick intro about yourself?
Absolutely. Yeah, my name is Michael Ruhi. I'm a security engineer from Checkpoint. I've been in cybersecurity for about 8 years. Ariel and I really wanted to come on and give you guys some practical ideas of how AI is going to help you guys in your business. And then myself being a security practitioner, I kind of wanted to give you guys an introduction to the security lens, how we're approaching it here at Checkpoint, and just make sure that as you leverage these tools, you're able to mitigate some risk within your organization. But Ariel, I think you had something specific you wanted to talk about too, so you want to jump into that?
Yeah. So before we get started too far into this, if you have not taken a look at the agenda, I would encourage you to do that. We've got some good stuff coming up. We've got Belinda that's going to be reviewing some cybersecurity insurance claims, or not the claims themselves, but how to prepare for those. We've got some horror stories of failed incident responses with Don Garner, hoping that I'm not on any of those horror stories. We've got some things and content about CrowdStrike. We've got Dynamics GP, which is something that is pretty exciting to me because I know almost nothing about it. We've got Steve Anderson on that one. Should be some really good content. And then we've got a little bit more of an overview with James Schuler about some of the cybersecurity threats that we anticipate for 2025. So feel free to chime in if you've got any questions during our conversation here about practical use of AI. So, really, what I know there's a lot of different ways that you can start with AI. People have started with Chat GPT, and I think um, it's been a very positive thing for me. So one of the things that I use AI for is in meetings. Right? So part of my role is to meet with customers and help them to work through some of the challenges that they might be facing and come up with solutions. And one of the things that is critical to that is making sure that I have all of the data that I need when I'm done with that conversation, so I can build like a bill of materials or something like that. And what I have found through an AI assistant that everybody likes to talk about it, right? If you have recently joined a meeting with me in the last probably 6 months to a year, you've probably seen my AI assistant on there. We have all sorts of great jokes. I've got some pictures of what I think he looks like. Um, but that AI assistant joins all of these meetings and records and transcribes them for us. And what I have found is that in a practical way, I really didn't know what I was getting into when I started it. I did have to go through and review some policies to make sure that, hey, I'm not sending my data out there. There were concerns from our CISO and some of the uh, technical leads at Center about, hey, where's this data going? But I did some research, figured out the policies that were behind that, and um, just kind of started off, right? I didn't know what value I was going to get out of it. I just
Mike, did he freeze for everybody?
Yeah, did I lose you guys or did we lose Ariel? I'm trying to
I think
determine
we
that.
lost Ariel.
Okay, I will gracefully transition then. I think what he was going to discuss is how he's been working on his policy for his AI transcriber to essentially make it easier for him to summarize all of the discussions he has with you folks, um, which just makes it much easier for him to save his time and be more efficient um, as he's going through these types of discussions with you guys. I've only worked with Ariel for a few months now, but I can tell you he's an extremely busy individual, and so being able to leverage certain tools to help save you time and improve your business outcomes is going to be really relevant. Something that I wanted to talk to you guys today, especially because a lot of the audience are part of IT administration and you guys are using a ton of different technologies, many of which Center is providing to you guys, is the use of co-pilots popping up within the industry. And I think that co-pilots are it originally started with Microsoft just popping up and saying, "Hey, we're the first guys to the market. We're going to call our technology the Copilot." But over time, we're finding that other technology companies are also creating these different co-pilots. And if you guys are unfamiliar with those, it's essentially a technology that is designed to bring an industry expert in-house at a much reduced cost for you guys. And so um, my customers range anywhere from 15 employees to 10,000 employees. I have seen Copilot start to get leverage across the board. And so if you guys are a Microsoft shop, but you don't have a Microsoft expert and you want a little bit of information on how am I going to implement this practically, where can I start to manage this solution, how can I troubleshoot this thing, the idea here is that you can write questions to your Copilot or your expert in-house, who again, you did not have to hire an industry expert for, it's an AI, and that'll start reducing the amount of risk in your organization, the risks of outages, the risks of misconfigurations. Here at Checkpoint, we actually developed our own Copilot in the last 6 months. It's continuing to get a lot of traction and a lot of improvements. But as an example, let's say you were to buy a firewall from us and you've never been a firewall expert, and you've read the admin guide and you're trying to figure out, okay, what is the right way for me to write a policy? And so you go to Checkpoint Copilot and you say, hey, I've got these IP ranges. I want a policy that is this type of threat prevention. I'm trying to build out NAT rules in this particular manner. and it will spit out a guide for you tailored to your requirements with step-by-steps, and along each step of the way, not just for Checkpoint, but the idea is it'll also educate your administrative staff as they're going through it. Hey, we're building a policy in this particular manner because that's going to match your goal. We want a NAT rule in this way to reduce any conflicts with these other rules. The idea is to have that comprehensive expert within your environment. And while Checkpoint and Microsoft are some of the first ones to the market with these co-pilots, definitely into 2025, you're going to start seeing all of your technology vendors developing this type of technology. So just kind of curious if the folks in the chat, if anybody here has actually worked with a co-pilot yet, or has seen a co-pilot, or wants to share any of those experiences. From my customers' perspectives, they have been low cost, very effective, and have improved, especially on a lot of the repetitive tasks, or even tasks that your IT administrators have never used before in the past. So the idea here is, again, make you more efficient, bring in an industry expert at a lower cost, and then provide a ton of value to you guys, especially in the SMB space where you may not have the same resources or the same sized IT teams. By the way, if you guys hear any sort of yelling in the background, that's one of my cats who wants food. It's not a baby or anything, so I'm not sure what you guys are hearing, but I've got an angry cat who wants my attention.
No worries, Michael. The AI noise cancellation is working great.
Awesome. And sorry, Ariel, I'll kick it back to you. I think you wanted to continue your discussion about your AI helper, right, in the teams?
Yeah, sorry about that. Had a little
No worries.
technical difficulty over here. So where I was going with that is I didn't really understand the value or know the value ahead of time of what I was going to get out of the AI assistant. And what I found was that I just kind of had it there. It was probably a month or two in, and it recorded things. I could go back and look at them. But what I found was after I went to my first on-site meeting after that and did not have my AI assistant, I felt naked. I felt like I didn't have a critical tool that I needed to be successful. And what I realized that this tool was doing for me, it was helping me to be more engaged. So rather than having to focus on, all right, here's the storage array and here's the networking uplinks that they've got for this solution, trying to record user counts and things like that, I was able to really engage more with our customers, you guys, and focus more on having a productive conversation versus trying to record every last critical detail and panicking that I might not have a piece of information that's key to me delivering what I said I would deliver. So that was an unintended value that I got out of my AI assistant that I thought was pretty powerful. So being able to engage more and transitioning that low value or repetitive task over to a different system that was really valuable to me. So is that I know there's probably some people on here that are in a lot of meetings. That may be something that you can look at. Teams has some really good options there with the Teams premium license, being able to review the content and the transcripts, things like that. So definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, and that is something I will probably check out too, because there have been a ton of calls where I go in and, like you said, what was the user count again, and what was that exact use case, and especially on the engineering side, and I'm sure we have some engineers on the call. When you start jumping into a lot of the weeds and the details, sometimes you miss taking a note, and then you've got to go back and figure out what it was. So that actually seems helpful, and I'll probably take a look at that myself after this call. Something else
sure.
oh, go ahead.
Go for it, Michael.
No, I was going to bring up the second kind of practical AI technology that I thought we should look at and something we should discuss, especially heading into 2025. But I wanted to start it with one of my favorite kind of ChatGPT errors. I don't know if any of you guys have seen any TED Talks on ChatGPT, but someone was trying to point out some of the flaws within AI. And so a good example of this was, if you guys have ever heard, if you ask ChatGPT and you tell it, hey, it takes me 30 minutes to dry one piece of clothing, one t-shirt on a clothesline, how long is it going to take me to dry off 2 pieces of clothing? And ChatGPT will take it, it'll multiply it out and says it's going to take 60 minutes. But we all know that when you're putting clothes on a clothesline, they all dry at the same amount of time. And so there are some parts of AI that aren't, quite there yet. It's missing a little bit of context, but there is one superpower of AI that I wanted to discuss with you guys, which is the power of data analytics and its ability to find non-obvious insights. So for the folks on the call, for you guys running your own businesses, I'm assuming that most of you, to an extent, use data to try to leverage getting better information about your business, try to understand the efficiency of how you're operating, try to help make better decisions about the future for how you're going to, what is my plan for the next 12 months or 24 months. And for a lot of you guys, it can be really expensive to go out and hire a team of data analysts. And from my own examples with my own customers, I've got a customer today who has a 10-man data analyst team, and something their CIO was talking to me about the other day was that they went and leveraged some AI to look at the same data sets that their analyst team is currently looking at, and they found that their AI was doing a better job at correlating data and then actually coming up with non-obvious insights that their own analyst team wasn't seeing. So you're giving a group of 10 people, you're giving an AI the same data set, they're both coming to different conclusions, not necessarily conflicting, but just seeing more or seeing something that the other group isn't quite seeing. So a really good strength of machine learning that we're finding is that when it comes to scanning data, and I'm talking huge amounts of data, not just small chunks of it, it is really efficient at doing so. To give you guys an idea of the breadth and scope of that within Checkpoint, we have something called Threat Cloud AI within Checkpoint, and it's kind of like the brains behind how all of our threat detections work in our solutions today. And that Threat Cloud AI is absorbing billions of bits of information every single day. I've got over 10 million endpoints out in the field that are providing information, over 150,000 protected networks, over 150 million emails per day are being scanned. I've got just enormous amounts of data. We parse through more data here at Checkpoint than there are Google searches within a day, and we catch 7,000 zero-day attacks every single day. And I can tell you right now that none of that would be possible without leveraging AI to look at all of this rich data, break it all down, find the most important 7,000 pieces of data every day to identify those new threats. And we're honing in billions of inputs down to the 7,000 insights that we need to look at. And so for any of you guys moving into 2025, if you're an extremely data-driven organization, I would highly look into finding a way to leverage AI within your organization to parse through that data and hopefully come up with some non-obvious insights that you or your data analyst team may not be able to pick up on their own. Ariel, anything you want to add to that, or anything from your side?
Yeah, so that was great. One of the things is that you mentioned there kind of at the end was you've got to get data into the AI platform. And if you're using something like a virtual assistant or Copilot for 365, the key there is to make sure that your data is getting into OneDrive or SharePoint. That's really the data source for those AIs. ChatGPT, as probably everyone knows, has a web interface. You can upload pictures and text and things like that. But really, to start getting value out of the AI components of Copilot for 365, you need to get your data there. So we've worked with several customers to go through the process to make their data AI ready, which really just means putting it into a spot that is accessible by the AI. You want to make sure that the data you're putting there is the right kind of data, right? You want to make sure that you don't have credit card information or HR information being inadvertently exposed. I think that's probably the number one use case or concern, not use case for AI, right? As soon as I got Copilot, the first, I think probably in the first 10 prompts that I put in there is Ariel valuable to center, right? Trying to comb through all of our SharePoint data and see what it thought about me. I didn't find anything, thankfully, but getting the data there is important. So if you're starting with something like just Copilot for 365, one of the things that I've found is you can save that transcript, and then if it's a Word document in OneDrive, you can then start to do some interesting things using the Office platform, right? You can open a new Word document, click on your little Copilot button, and say, reference this transcript file. Now give me something out of that. And you can produce some pretty cool stuff out of it. You can produce much higher quality summaries than what you see in the Teams platform by itself. Right? If you log into Copilot in Teams and say, like, recap this meeting, it's a pretty short little blurb there. But once you start adding in that transcript file and you add in, here's my SharePoint contact or content with a slide deck talking about Center, I can now start to produce some really relevant content for myself. So that's one thing that I thought was pretty cool.
Awesome. So I've got one more talking point for you guys that I wanted to discuss, and I think this is the most fun one, especially from a cybersecurity practitioner point of view, and that is the use of generative AI within the workspace. That word always tricks me up, but I'm going to call it Gen AI because it's easier to say. And I'm sure many of you have already interacted with the Chat GPTs of the world, the Geminis of the world. There are some AIs you might not even be realizing you're working with. For those of you that use Grammarly, that's another AI. But from viewing those through a security lens, these are the ones that are going to expose a little bit more risk to your organization. And the way that happens is by not having the right visibility into how your users are actually leveraging AI. So first one's, which ones are they using? What are the types of prompts they're inputting in there? And then, of course, what is the risk level of those prompts, and can I actually stop them from inputting those? And so to give you guys some examples, if you guys have a developer in-house who's going to ChatGPT and saying, hey, ChatGPT, I got a specific problem, here it is, can you tell me how you would solve it? That type of prompt may not be something that's giving you a lot of risk. You're educating your user and you're coming up with a way to solve a coding problem. But if he's like me, I do a little bit of coding on the side. Sometimes I take my whole function and I paste it straight into ChatGPT and I say, ChatGPT, what's wrong with my code here? And it'll say, well, Michael, you've got 4 issues with your code. It's here, 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 and here. But me, I just put a shared secret in there, which is essentially a password for the non-tech people here. I put in an API token, which allows ChatGPT to have visibility to my password for different APIs. I put in proprietary code, which is now being a part of ChatGPT's algorithm. So the goal here is we don't want to overexpose ourselves, and we want to leverage AI for the right type of business outcomes, but we don't want to add any more risk into the system. And so from a Checkpoint perspective, we've been working on a browser plugin. It's called Gen AI Protect. It comes out Q1 of next year. But its job is to basically solve the problem of, number one, give you visibility into how your employees are using AI, who's using it, which platforms are they using. Number two, what kind of prompts are they putting into it? Is it coding? Are they writing legal documents? Are they writing emails? Number three, what is the risk contextually of what they're uploading to ChatGPT or Gemini or POE or Grammarly? And of course, number four, being able to block any information you don't want leaving. PCI, IP, legal documents. We don't want you talking about the acquisition you're going to make and giving out dates and dollar amounts and which company it is you're going to acquire just to come up with a boilerplate legal document. So from that perspective, cybersecurity is getting very interesting, and there are a lot of ways you can exploit these Gen AI tools to kind of give up more information than what you're expecting, and there's quite a few examples out on the web of that. The last fun piece I'll offer before I pass it to Ariel, because I'm sure you have some Gen AI stuff too. If you guys have never used Gen AI and you're not sure how strong it is, I would encourage you guys to go to a place called suno.com. It's suno.com. And it is an AI tool for creating music based off of a prompt. It'll create any genre of music. It'll create instrumental with vocals, whatever you want. There's a lot of tools for it. Go in there and say, I want a cool song about why Center Technologies is the best partner for me. And it's going to whip up an entire song about it. And it's super awesome. You get 10 of them for free over there. But if you're not convinced that Gen AI is going to be changing your business, go see the type of things that it's doing out there today. Ariel, anything you want to add on the Gen AI side of the house?
Yeah, I would
Say
say
that
that
website again.
Suno. I'll put it in chat.
so with Gen AI, I think that that's the content that comes out of those types of like code analytic prompts and things like that. That's really, really cool to me. So coming from an infrastructure background, I know a lot about PowerShell, how to kind of make it work, but I was never really in a position where I needed to generate that type of content from scratch. So that was always a bit of a challenge. I needed to find a script or something on GitHub that got me 90% of the way there, and then I could use Gen AI to kind of tweak the rest. Really wish this had been around like 10 years ago. That would have helped me be a lot faster. But one of the cool things that I found, and it was really neat because I had my 7-year-old in there too. We were talking about ChatGPT and what it could do, and I was talking to my wife and said, "Hey, check this out." And I said, "Copilot, not ChatGPT, can you connect to my Twilio account, generate 100 thoughtful text messages, and give me a PowerShell script to send one to my wife every day?" And bam, from scratch, it knew, here's my data source, here's Twilio, here's where you put it. It gave me a spot to put in my API key to connect to my account, and it produced a PowerShell script and said, this is how you're going to schedule this to send it every day. And my wife was blown away by that. I had immediately put myself on a list of, hey, is he really sending me these messages? Like 2 days from then, I sent her a nice message, and she said, really, you're trying to pull this on me already? And I was like, no, it's me. It's not ChatGPT. But the powerful story there is that all I did was say, use these tools like Twilio and PowerShell and find a way to achieve this outcome. And I know Randy asked a message about how do we get Copilot to automate things for us. And a good thing to know is that there are low no code platforms like Power Automate that support Copilot. So if you have a need to or want to save attachments from your inbox and put them into a OneDrive folder and then email you a summary in a week, or pull action items out of them and send it to your Outlook task list, you can do that, right? If you have Copilot and you go to Power Automate, tell it what you're looking for, and it will help you to build that workflow in Power Automate to achieve kind of what you're looking for. That way, well, I should say that is one way to make automation for AI easily accessible to those of us that aren't going to go out and build a full-on AI chatbot that says run financial reports for 2024.
Awesome. I think we've got a couple minutes left, right, Haley? So is it question
Yeah,
time?
if there's any questions that come in, I think you answered one as it came in, so we're good there. But if anyone else has any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. If we don't get to them now, we'll definitely be sure to follow back up with an answer after the workshop. I'll give everyone a couple seconds if you have any questions, but otherwise, thank you, Michael and Ariel, for y'all's time. And I think we're gonna kind of go to the next session. We have Director of Security Ops, Belinda Reynolds, joined by Al Dawson, Director of Channel Alliances at Arctic Wolf, with us to talk about new best practices for filing cyber insurance claims.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your time.
Yes,
you guys enjoy the day.
thank you, Michael.
Thank
you,
you,
Ariel.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Like Haley said, we're joined today by Al Dawson from Arctic Wolf. We're excited to dive into cyber insurance, cyber claims, and incident response, kind of in how all of these things intersect, but more importantly, how your organization can be better prepared for cyber threats that we face today. To kick things off, I do want to kind of start with a quick overview of NIST incident response lifecycle. That's a largely widely recognized framework that guides organizations through the process of handling cybersecurity events. And the NIST model outlines 4 key phases. The first phase, which we'll really be honing in on today, is preparation. And this is kind of where it all starts, right? In this phase, you're not just waiting for an attack, you're actively preparing for one. And in today's world, it's not really a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So that means making sure that you have the right tools, policies, you've got the right plans in place so that when an incident happens, you're ready to respond quickly and effectively. And it also means making sure that any and everyone in your organization knows exactly what to do when and if they detect a cyber attack. The second phase is detection and analysis. Third phase is containment, eradication, and recovery, and that's really containing the threat. And then, of course, post-incident activity is where you wrap things up. And that's where you kind of take a look at what happened during the event, what went well, what didn't. And it all loops back and feeds into how do we change how we prepare for the next time. So while all of these phases, again, are important, we're really going to zero in on preparation phase because that's where really where the foundation is built. And a strong incident response plan is essential. But preparation also ties directly into cyber insurance and your strategy. So let's take a look at kind of how that plays into your cyber readiness. I'm going to kick it over to Al. And Al, if you don't mind sharing some of your thoughts and your experience on how incident response plans and readiness plans can help people when they do have to file a cyber insurance claim or when they're faced with a cyber event.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to have the opportunity to share my knowledge, share kind of more about what the industry is looking at in the next, 6, 12, and 24 months. But really, when you look at the preparedness for every organization, all of the executives that I've spoke to over years have always really looked for the opportunity when you ask them the question of like, where do you sit in terms of being ready for an event? Do you know where to start? And a lot of them have various or variable, answers. But really it comes down to when you dig into it, what each customer has for their readiness plan. And I look at it from, every customer is different, but the foundation should be the same. It's really broken up in internally, how many people know what to do, externally, who do you call from a calling tree, and then the data needed to be ready for an event. So I look at it from the perspective of if you educate and enable the people internally to be aware of what happens in the event, that actually can be utilized when the team goes to look at their security posture to get cyber insurance. All of it really flows into that preparedness, because whether you have, the technology investment, the MFA, EDR, backup, good hygiene, and that means versioning, updates, patchwork, you can have all of those things in place. But as an organization, if you don't know who to call first internally, externally, and then the data needed, a lot of that is really a moot point. So what we really like to do is just to make sure that everybody understands, where to start. So, I think, Belinda, we can talk a little bit more about what that looks like. But those are some of the key functions to be able to get potentially a discount on your cyber insurance. It's really kind of those controls, if you will, that every broker carrier in the market is looking for. Because when you have to file a claim, knowing who to call externally, the data needed, but really being responsible internally is key to making sure that what your claim looks like at the end of it is how do you guys get back to work.
Yep, agreed. And for those of you who haven't seen a recent cyber insurance application or gone through that process in the past few years, they're asking more and more from organizations about how you are prepared, right? What controls do you have in place? Al mentioned, do you have multi-factor authentication? Well, they're not just asking that for email now, they're asking that for how do you remotely connect? Do you have MFA enabled for your remote connections? Do you have it enabled for your privileged access accounts? They're asking about your endpoint detection and response, your backups. Do you have some way to collect logs and store logs for an extended period of time? So all of those things they're asking for to determine your risk profile as as someone who they're going to insure. If you don't have those things in place, then that can drive up the cost of your premiums, and it can also make you to where they just won't sign you, they won't take on the risk. So it's really important that you factor in those controls, but you've also got that documented and you've got your plans in place and your people know what to do in the event that something happens, like Al mentioned, right? Many times we've seen where an event happens over the weekend, right? That's usually where cyber attackers like to target, when everybody's sleeping, when the guards aren't paying attention, right? But does the people who are working the overnight shift or the weekend shift, do they know what's going to happen? Who do they call? What do they do if something goes bump in the night? And a lot of people do have plans in place. However, those plans aren't necessarily always refreshed. It might be something that's updated once a year. It may be something that's printed out and put on somebody's desk, and it's not really actively communicated through the organization. Another thing that most people forget about is exercising, right? So do you have some type of tabletop exercise where you go through the scenario every year? You include, people from different departments, from different levels of experience that you can walk through and say, okay, hey, let's role play. Let's say in the event that something happens, what do you do? Who do you call? How are you checking those how are you checking that everyone has that information, that they know what to do?
Yep. And to add to that, you're spot on that. One of the best profiles that cyber insurance organizations look at today from a risk tolerance. So if a cyber insurance carrier could put in their perfect persona, it really is an organization that does multiple simulations or tabletops a year, that has multi-factor authentication. The other side is the endpoint detection response. You look at the overall, backups. What are you doing on your backup critical data? Where are you at with the patchwork? Are you doing patching and updates every 2 weeks, every 30 days? Those that might not patch critical systems every 60 days, they run a bigger risk. But then you couple that with, if you can lay out a plan where marketing, sales, HR, operations, not just IT, but executive teams as well, all understand and take responsibility to know, who am I calling first internally? Who am I calling externally? We all know that, IT handles a lot of those things, but if they're gone, or critical people are gone, or somebody in marketing, somebody in HR, sales realizes that things have been compromised, somebody in the warehouse realizes things have been compromised, do they know who to call internally, externally? And then the internal IT team, do they know what to do and how to be able to really look at it from the total responsibility as an organization, that awareness component? I think somebody just put it on there, James put on there, cross-departmental. Agree. That is exactly the key component to making sure that your security posture goes into your security strategy, that will allow them the potential to have brokers and carriers go to work to get you a better rate on your cyber insurance. What we always look at is when you're looking for cyber insurance, have you got the controls and the pieces in place that should allow you to actually make sure, from the overall standpoint, we're doing all the things, from a reactive and a proactive side, and then how do we pay for those things in the event something happens? So look at it from that perspective. So spot on, Belinda.
I think Jesselyn had a question on insurance is going to cover our ransom payment, right? So it's a good question. Cyber insurance, so there's different policies that you can get, right? And there are ransomware supplementals to your cyber insurance policy that you would have to add. Those require a lot more in-depth application process. If you've seen a ransomware supplemental, they're going to ask a lot more questions than just a regular cyber insurance application. And in those cases, in the event that you do have your business is hit by ransomware, typically the process is you engage they usually have an 800 number that you call to report. That company, the intake will get as much information as you can provide. If you're working with an IT provider, like Center will be on that call with you, will hold your hand and provide that information and act as a facilitator for that piece. At that point, they'll typically bring in a law firm, and if necessary, a cyber broker that can go in and negotiate the ransom payment. In some cases, and most cases, they'll also bring in a digital forensics and incident response team that will take a look at the impact to your environment, assuming that your backups are okay, or they think that we can restore without having to pay the attacker. That's always going to be the end goal, right? The minute that you pay the attacker, they're going to know that they can probably extort more money from you, and they're going to come back again. So you don't want to feed that stray cat if you don't have to. Now, the digital forensics and incident response teams will typically drag on those negotiation conversations with the threat actor, just to give us more time to kind of get to the root cause of the ransomware, make sure that we have everything that we need from a forensics perspective, and that we can get you back up and running as quickly as possible. Which leads me into my next point. Al, you work with Arctic Wolf, and I know that there's a way to have certain IR firms pre-approved as part of cyber insurance and ransomware readiness. Can you talk a little bit about that program?
Yeah, so as part of Arctic Wolf, we have an incident response firm that we bought, which was Tetra Defense. What that led to was the understanding more that it's very important for a cyber insurance broker carrier, excuse me, to kind of control the narrative when it comes to how an actual IR firm is picked and why it's important to get a pre-approved IR in your readiness plan, because of the fact that as an IR firm, you want to mitigate the risk as quickly as possible. So with your readiness plan, making sure that you've spoken with your IR, or you've spoken with your broker and your carrier to approve an IR firm ahead of time, so that they have the SLAs figured out, they have the hourly rates figured out, they've had the forensic or the threat negotiation firm already picked. Why that's critical and why we felt it was important to bring on Tetra was because of the fact that when you are trying to get a business back up and running, the ability to do that without having that risk of an actual case denied, because you're waiting and waiting and waiting for approval from the broker and carrier, that time to remediation is critical. That allows that threat to go more in wider and broader into the actual organization. So having the ability to know already that you can call that IR firm, you don't have to worry about payments, you don't have to worry about where things go. If the event, gets into a ransomware or BEC or a compliance issue, that you already know that IR firm can handle that. But the broker carrier can work with them and get the bills paid, but then they can focus, the IR firm, on getting restoration so that you can get back to business, 20, 30, 40% faster than you would if you're waiting and trying to figure out who you can use. So that being part of your readiness plan allows for that security posture and inside your security strategy to be more of a solid flow, almost like a workflow. And so that 30% faster is going to be key to getting your business back up and running. So proactive is the piece for having an IR firm pre-approved. A lot of times, just so you know, having a panel approved IR firm will help in all of the negotiations with a broker carrier and all of the ability to get paid. So make sure that whoever IR firm you're using is approved on the cyber insurance broker carrier side. So hopefully that answered the question, Belinda.
I think so. And James, you mentioned the cross-departmental, that it's hard to get done in the small business world sometimes. I totally agree.
Yep.
I think it's got to come down from the top, right? If it's not important from the top level, and if it's not being communicated at the top level, it's just not important to everybody in the organization. So it's got to start there. And another thing that we've, Al and I've met a couple times in preparation for this meeting, and one thing that we've talked about is incorporating it into new user onboarding. When you bring a new user onto your company, as you're onboarding them and you're going over, employee handbook and employee policies and what's approved and what's not approved, cyber should be part of that as well, right? Making sure that they're taking any necessary security education pieces that you're doing for your organization. That's another thing that's typically mandatory for cyber insurance. Do you have some way to educate your users about cyber threats? Are you doing some type of phishing simulation on a regular basis so your users know what to look for? But incorporating that as part of the new user onboarding so that users, as they come into the organization, you're really instilling that security culture right off the bat and telling them this is important to us. This is our business's data. These are people who are going to be custodians of that data, so they have to proceed with caution, or else they're putting your business at risk.
Yep. To add to James' cross-departmental side, I look at it from the perspective, and I think a lot of broker carrier firms do as well. The hackers tend to target the busiest areas, whether that's sales or marketing. There's always areas that they know they can, whether it's, identifying like, the virtual workers, the remote workers, whether it's looking at it from a phishing simulation, a smishing simulation. One of the biggest things about that is if the teams are aware, whether they pause before they click something, whether they understand that the CEO isn't asking for you to go out and get gift cards. There's ways, whether it's a small organization or a large organization, if you instill the awareness side of it, the education on phishing, smishing, social, physical threats that come into the organization, when there is an event, and whether it's marketing or ops or sales or warehouse manufacturing, whatever the case is, they will pause and they will take action. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that they have a responsibility to make sure that the organization is taken care of. If the organization gets shut down due to a ransomware attack, that costs them their job. That costs them their opportunities to work. That could mean layoffs because of having to pay a ransomware. Obviously, these are worst case scenarios, but if everybody understands those worst case scenarios and the self-awareness because of the education that you as an organization teach and work through and do a simulation, that will bring much greater awareness to the organization, but it will help alert more, and everybody will be responsible for their actions. And I think that can't be it can't be understated that is a key contributing factor to how you mitigate cyber risk. So I wanted to add that in. I think there was another question that just came around what an IR firm would do in the midst of a ransomware, but how is an IR to assist in the middle of a BEC? So great question. The BEC, to a lot of firms, really look at it from the perspective of what you want to do is try to get to the root cause, whether it was a simulation of trying to utilize somebody's email address and basically try to get dollars. So one of the examples I always that I utilize a lot is there was a there was an attack on a BEC that basically was, they intersected an invoice and then moved that invoice to a different account, banking account, because of the payment methodology. Well, what they did was they intersected just really how it was transmitted. It looked very much a few little words, a few little changes, but when you're in the middle of, and it was a payable, accounting payable person that didn't really realize that this was coming from a vendor that wasn't a vendor. And so it's the awareness to pay attention of. When they looked back at it, there was, a difference in the email signature, a difference in the email structure that we were able to detect and pull back some of that money. Now, there was some that was lost because there was 2 invoices, but they were able to collect and cancel one of those invoices. Luckily, the small one was the one that they lost, and that was covered by the cyber insurance, was also covered by a warranty that was given, in place of, but that's a separate one. Overall, though, it was able to be detected in the middle of a BEC, and it was able to be pulled back and then blocked. So I hope that answers your question. A lot of it is just awareness and quick reaction.
Yeah, agreed. And we've worked with Arctic Wolf on several BECs where it is really mostly a matter, and usually most people will engage because of that financial transfer fraud that takes place due to BEC. But it's a matter of figuring out how the attacker got access to the account, and then, of course, making the recommendations and the hardening necessary to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yep, and I just stated in the chat as well, the next session, Nathan Little, who is our VP, he ran he was a co-founder of Tetra, so he'll be on. Now he brought him over to the dark side, but he's working with me on the channel side. But he's got some unbelievable stories. He's been doing it for a lot of years. He's great. Great person, and he's got a lot to say. So I think you should listen in on that one as well. With the time we have left, are there any additional questions that I think, could come from this, or do you have questions around how you should be prepared? What does that look like, and how often you should look at a readiness plan, updating it? And if anybody's, brave enough, can they share a little bit about their plan? How often do you look at it? One of the things I will say, I actually recommend that once a month, you look at your readiness plan to update any versioning, any patchwork. If you're, changing a server out, if you're changing some infrastructure, if you have cloud, what does that look like? Are you moving things on VMware? I would look at it from any change you have updated in your planner. It shouldn't take long to do. And I recommend actually going over with your partner as well, because they're aware of it. So then when you look at your plan of attack for everybody who should be aware of an event, what that does is you've got the most up-to-date version, so that you're not scrambling the day of an event, in the middle of an event. The data that can be shared is as updated as possible, so that the IR team can actually jump in and have really the most up-to-date data to utilize. Look at it from the backup side and all the other components. I love that one. Every year I say this. So I'm going to challenge all of you to try to look at it monthly. It takes 5 to 10 minutes to update your versioning and your patchwork, but that allows more awareness. I would challenge every organization to talk to marketing, talk to sales, look at it from the operations side. What are we doing to educate the organization around how they should be aware of anything that happens, whether it's even tailgating, somebody walking through the doors, secured doors, opening the door for somebody else. I'm sure we've all done it. You may or may not know who that person is, but all of a sudden you go to your area, you have no idea if that person's still up front waiting for somebody, or if they've just walked around the organization first floor, you know, putting in a Trojan horse, you know, like you have no idea what's happening unless you're pausing and aware because you've been educated. So I think there's a lot of, and I think there's a question about the foundational requirement on cyber insurance questionnaires.
Hey, Al, all I was trying to ask is that sometimes we see things that are considered advanced or enterprise get
Right.
shoved down into foundational and required. Do you have an opinion on what's next? What will be the next thing that everyone has to have that they don't today?
Yeah. So I think the readiness plan is becoming a broker-asked component almost every time now. And I would say that if you have an updated readiness plan, that is what's happening. I will say that on the horizon is the control around education of the organization for phishing, smishing, social, physical, and even broader, the monitoring of the organization and what that looks like. So those three things are coming down the pipeline, I would say, and maybe Nathan can chime in here, but I would say in the next 12 to 18 months, those are going to be looked upon as controls, requirements. If you want cyber insurance, this is the way it is. So, and as he just added, backup, making sure that your backups are updated, which again, as you're updating your readiness plan monthly, you know what's happening in your updates. That is just a gentle reminder that you have to make sure your updates are, it's recommended almost, every half a day, if not every hour, to back up. So you want the most current data, and that's the best way to back up, right? So I hope that helps answer your question, James.
I would add on to that, Al, too, with the readiness plan and the incident response plan, making sure you have one of those. A lot of the applications that we've seen lately aren't just asking for your IRP, but they're also asking specifically that you have a ransomware playbook attached to it, a specific playbook for what happens when and if you get ransomware.
Yep. And that's having a readiness plan that allows that, having a run book, making sure that you can share that, having that playbook, having the ability to update it, and share it. You shouldn't, IT shouldn't be the only ones that know what to do. It should be the responsibility across the organization from executive level down. So I think we're coming up on the time.
We're right at time, and I think we answered quite a few questions that came in the chat. Again, if you have any more, feel free to drop them in there and we can get back to you after the workshop. But thank you, Belinda and Al. We're going to take a little 30-minute break and we'll be back on at 11:30. As a reminder, you use the same link that you used to join this session for any other session during the day. And as Al mentioned, we'll have Nathan Little on with Don Garner for their session on horror stories of failed incident response. So we will see y'all soon. We're not going anywhere. If you want to hang out, feel free to hang out. But next session starts at 11:30.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, everybody. It's 11:30. Welcome back. Before we get started, I just wanted to mention again that we do have Jesselyn here with us. She's monitoring the chat. So if you think of any questions during this session or any other session, feel free to drop them in there and she'll get those asked for us at the end of each session. Also, again, you can use this link to join whenever you'd like throughout the day. So if you see a session that interests you, just join for that session and you can hop right off after if you really want. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into this session with Dawn Garner and Nathan Little, where they're going to talk about 2 scary incident response stories and how to avoid them in the future. So Dawn, if you want to take it away.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining. Introduce myself. So I'm Don Gar. I'm security architect here at Center. Nathan.
Yeah, and I'm Nathan Little. Al mentioned it previously. I work with Al at Arctic Wolf, but originally, and the way I ended up at Arctic Wolf, I was one of the founders of Tetra Defense, which was a boutique incident response firm working with a lot of the insurance carriers, a lot of the attorneys that work with the insurance carriers, and a lot of IT providers throughout the country. About 2.5 years ago, we were acquired by Arctic Wolf, and that's how I ended up here. So I've led thousands of incident response cases, a little bit on the business side, a little bit on the technical side. So I've seen and experienced plenty of horror stories that we're looking forward to going over.
Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, so what we're going to dive in today is a couple of incidents, kind of talk to each one and kind of go through some of the steps that were encountered and some of the missteps that happened. The first one we're going to talk about is ransomware. So there was an organization. We hear about these things all the time. They have to pay ransomware ransoms to restore their network. What does happen if they don't have their backups?
Yeah, I think I picked this one because people always find it fascinating when I tell them that about 40% of victims of ransomware incidents have no choice but to pay the ransom to recover the network. Mm-hmm. And every organization I mentioned that to kind of has the same surprise response. They say, do 40% of organizations like really have no backups that they can restore from? Because that's a higher percentage than you would guess. Pretty much every organization has some sort of backups. So this horror story I picked because it kind of illustrates that reason, and it also outlines common ways that attacks are occurring. So this incident, we responded to this one not too long ago. It was a hospital, a big healthcare facility that was hit with ransomware. Don, I know you see these all the time too. Hospitals are a very ripe target for ransomware because they have very sensitive data that can be valuable if stolen. And the hospitals being down and impacted by ransomware, they need to get back up and running as quickly as possible. So it's a common victim of ransomware. The only one exception I'll make to that, it's a strange world. There are some attack groups that have internal policies that they will not attack healthcare facilities because they don't want the significant attention from law enforcement that comes along with it.
Sure.
So this particular situation, I remember it well. Large healthcare system. They were encrypted on a Thursday evening into a Friday morning. A lot of these, it was mentioned earlier, a lot of these attacks do happen overnight. That's for two reasons. One, because typically they can get away with a little bit more overnight. They have a little bit more time to conduct the attack. But it's also convenient because typically, not all the time, but these attackers are in time zones that for North America attacks, the attacker's time zone during their day just happens to be the middle of our night. So it's a matter of makes the
their day
more
shift.
effective, but yeah, also convenience.
Yeah.
So this hospital, immediately when they were encrypted, they had a pretty good incident response plan. It was pretty detailed. Most hospitals do. Hopefully, none of you are part of healthcare clinics that have experienced this directly, but hospitals and healthcare systems have these really really interesting plans. They typically call them their back to paper plans. Like, the reason hospitals still print a lot of paper when they're treating patients is because they have plans that if the power goes out or if IT systems go down, they need to be able to provide healthcare off of just paper. So hospitals can actually handle IT outages fairly well for a limited amount of time until the paper records just kind of don't do what they need to do anymore. So this hospital, they did that right away. They shut down all inbound and outbound network traffic, which is a common first step in ransomware response to limit the attacker's access, because 99.9% of the time, these attackers are not inside the physical network. They're remote from who knows where in the world. And then this IT team, they also disconnected the backups from the inside of their network to protect the backups from any encryption or anything that was spreading internally. Also a very common response step. Goes pretty well as well as it can. Go ahead, Don.
I was just going to say, so, in terms of backups, I mean, obviously regular backups is critical, but also testing and validating those backups is something that should be done, to kind of be ready for any sort of incident that may pop up. So, just being able to test and validate and have that assurance that you are ready in the face of a ransomware attack.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And in this situation, the next step in the internal IT team's response plan was to validate that the backups were in fact viable. They disconnected it. They had somebody physically go to the segmented data center that the backups were stored, plug in the laptop so that they could evaluate them safely. They found that the backups were deleted and completely overwritten at the underlying storage level of their backups. Mm-hmm. I think here, if I remember correctly, I think they may have been Veeam backups, and Veeam is a great backup software. It certainly works well, but it's all a matter of how you configure it. The attacker here was actually able to access the underlying storage units, the SAN storage units that store the backups, and totally delete all of the RAID units and zero the disks, effectively making the backups unrecoverable.
Right. So when we talk about that, we talk about immutability, right? So being able to not change the backup. So, I mean, for you, what does that mean?
Yeah, immutable backups. And we were going to leave this as the grand finale at the end, but immutable backups are backups that are truly at the appliance level, at the software level, at the storage level, every component of the backup, because it's not just backup software, it's where they're stored and the network they're on. They cannot be deleted. There is no underlying function inside of the backups, inside of the underlying storage technology, inside of the drives in the storage unit, or the cloud storage, which works pretty well in a lot of situations as well, where backups are able to be deleted. So the only thing that can remove backups from the system is when a set amount of time passes. Now, the one caveat to that is most of these systems do have the capability, through ways that attackers could never touch, to delete backups in case anybody needed to delete a certain set of backup data for compliance. But it requires intense passwords, intense policies, and we've never seen an attacker access them.
Yeah, multiple keys turned at the same time, that kind of.
Yep. So, and we've kind of already touched on this, but the common question that happens in these incidents, like when we're actively responding to them, is clients are, how did this happen? Like we spent the money to segment the backups on the network, so the backups are stored on a different segment of the network, which is a common, very good, strongly encouraged practice. So in this particular situation, I remember an executive at the hospital said, like, we just recently have spent a bunch of money, like, making our backups more resilient. How did this happen? Like, we did it for this exact purpose. And what actually happened here, and this is why truly immutable backups are so important. I always tell people, like, if someone on the IT team can go in and delete backups without at least one other person involved, like physically there, the attacker can delete or destroy backups too, because attackers intentionally try to compromise the credentials inside the network of the IT team. They take on the persona of an IT administrator. So if an IT admin can quickly and easily delete backups, which most organizations that is true, so can the attackers. And that's essentially the core of the reason why 40% of victims still have to pay the ransom to recover, because they don't have backups or any other option. In this particular horror story, the short version of how it happened is the attacker actually was able to compromise the internal Screen Connect server that the client used, because it had an unpatched vulnerability on it. That's actually how they got into the network in the first place. They weren't using the cloud version. It was an on-prem version hosted in the hospital. And once on the Screen Connect server, the attacker was able to make themselves an admin account on Screen Connect. And that Screen Connect server had remote admin capabilities on both the primary segment of the network, where they conducted the encryption, and the backup segment of the network. So the networks are actually segmented, but Screen Connect instance had access to both systems, both networks. So when you think about like segmenting different systems inside of the network, it's helpful to think about, like, okay, physically, like the copper in the digital world, these networks are segmented. But to have true network segmentation, you have to think about like different remote access tools for different segments of the network, and truly make sure that there's no one point of the network or systems that could be compromised to access all of the other different regions. And then, of course, other things, like when it comes to remote access tools, other things can help as well, like requiring MFA to log into the system in the first place. That wouldn't have helped here because they were able to make a new username and password, but then monitoring that system and getting alerts when new user accounts were created would happen. Here, one of our recommendations was to the client was to actually manage the segmented backup network, in addition to having immutable backups, with a different remote access tool to keep them truly segmented.
Yeah, so it looks like we got a couple of questions. I think one of them is,
yeah, I saw there was one, can data be deleted from the backup application?
thanks.
So in a lot of backup instances, yes. Like if you use a backup piece of software and you don't have truly immutable backups, you can, if you're an admin of the backup tool and you can log into the backup tools interface, typically you can delete backups. Now, a lot of those software or backup tools will have the option to make backups truly immutable, which means once they're collected, even if somebody has full-blown admin access to the actual backup console, they can't delete any backups. The only thing that they can change is the retention period, and you can choose how short the minimum value of the retention period when you're setting up the immutable backups typically. Don, and I know you guys manage and provide a lot of immutable backups, so you can probably weigh in more. But if you configure immutable backups, that takes care of the problem of, well, what safeguards are in place of somebody logging into the backup application and deleting backups?
Yeah, there's definitely multiple technologies that we use. Cohesity, Pure Storage. I mean, there's different ones that we use for different purposes, but Pure Storage being that primary that has snapshots capability that are protected, and then Cohesity having that immutable backups that we look at.
Yep. And then the next question I saw in here is how quickly can data be restored, or can victims recover from ransomware? And the short answer is it varies extremely widely. The fastest I've ever seen is 45 minutes, and that was an organization that had an entire failover network and system created. So they knew that data was backed up in a safe way, in a way that couldn't spread the attack to the failover network. This was a Fortune 50 organization that had all of this prepped ahead of time. And one segment of their network was encrypted. They enacted their failover process. It essentially redeployed all of the servers that were encrypted, put known safe data on them. It took 45 minutes. It was all in, I believe it was AWS with a small Azure component. So they spent an insane amount of money planning that ahead of time. Like, it was because their most allowable downtime was 1 hour. That's like as good as it gets. And most organizations don't spend that much money ahead of time, nor is it always make sense to basically like double your whole entire IT budget effectively.
Yeah, that, I mean, that typically what we see is I mean, the faster you want to reply or respond and be up and running, the more it's going to cost. And the bigger that window is, it starts to taper down in terms of the funds that are needed.
Yeah, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we've seen it take as long as 6, even 8 weeks to restore. Typically, like, I would say the realistic worst case scenario is about 3 weeks to restore critical business operations. And the situation that usually creates that is where backups were encrypted by the attacker, and then the only way to recover is rebuild some systems that just can't be decrypted and actually negotiate and acquire a decryption program from the attacker. A lot of people have a misconception that, including the attackers, they share this misconception. They feel that a ransom payment is the fastest way to recover in the event of a ransomware incident. I've talked to countless victims on the first call we have with them, and they're like, we need to be back up and running by tomorrow. Like, we got to pay this ransom now, today. And I have to inform them, I'm like, that
decryption is a process.
Yeah, it's just not possible. Like, we, at a minimum, we're going to need to go back and forth with this attacker for at least 24 hours to verify that they even can decrypt the data and they're legitimate and it didn't like break in the process. We also need to back up all of the encrypted data because it can get corrupted during the decryption process. That's very frequent. And if we don't take a copy of the encrypted data before we decrypt it, we might lose all recoverability. So the fastest that people can really restore if they have to purchase the decryption program from the attacker is about a week. We've certainly had situations where we've helped clients faster than that, but it is not a fast process. Sometimes the attackers will go silent for a couple of days, even after the payment's made, and they're waiting for like some developer to generate the decryption program. We've had weird situations where attackers after payment have gone silent for weeks, and then they come back and they say, oh, sorry, I was on vacation, here's the decryption program.
Right.
Like, it is the wild west of crime in the cyber world.
Yeah, and some of the things, like, you know, running through the decryption process, I mean, that takes system resources. Do you have enough system resources to back up, restore, and do all the activities that are needed during this process? So having a separate system in place, I mean, we've seen where the actual physical hardware was locked up. You couldn't get into it, couldn't do anything with it. So if you didn't have any extra system in place to do these activities, you were kind of, you know, at a point where you couldn't go forward.
Yeah, and sometimes, like you said, kind of related to the physical systems, one layer up in the virtual world, attackers will totally destroy VMware ESXi environments, like clustered environments, and it can take multiple days to even get to a spot where you have anywhere to store production systems. I also saw, and these questions are great, so keep them coming. I also saw there's a question, how many instances have we experienced where the client paid for the decryption program, but the decryption program either didn't come or failed to decrypt? We track this, and in about 96% of incidents, if a ransom is paid, we'll be able to decrypt data for the client to a point where like it gets them recovered and gets critical operations up and running. Decryption is never perfect. There's always issues. There's always some corruption. But the reason why ransomware exists and is so rampant is because attackers are very good at encrypting backups, and their decryption programs do typically work. If the decryption programs never worked, then no one would ever pay a ransom because it would be pointless. Now, that's not to say that we haven't had to do like really creative things where we pull decryption keys out of the programs that the attackers send and use them in a way that actually works if their program has a bug. We've even had to write like secondary programs to partially modify the encrypted data to fix a bug in the metadata in the encryption. Most of the time, in situations where people run into decryption programs that aren't working, it's actually because it's the encryption was running on like large virtual disk files, like multi-terabyte virtual disk files or multi-terabyte databases. And then encryption was discovered in the act. And what a lot of people do is they pull the power on systems that are encrypting, which is like, it's so hard for me because sometimes that's the best thing to do. But actually, if you're in the middle of encrypting some of those critical pieces of data that you might need to decrypt to recover from the attacker, if you stop it in the middle, this encryption is not written in like a professional polished way. If it stops in the middle, that decryption will usually fail. Sometimes we can fix it by like implanting certain pieces of metadata that we grab from other files and we can reverse engineer it. But that's actually the most common reason we see things fail. So I recommend to people that if you discover your network in the middle of encryption, that you isolate the inbound and outbound network traffic, like from the World Wide Web to your world. And then inside of the network, you pull as much of the east-west lateral traffic as you can so that internally systems can't communicate with each other. Now, the caveat and the downside to that is if you do that in a way that's hard to put back, that can make restoration harder. We had a client once that pulled like thousands of network cables, but like didn't have a great way to put them back together. So they were having to like reverse engineer the network to get everything back up and wired. So it's there's no silver bullet if you're in the middle of encryption. The ship has kind of sailed on what to do to prevent it, other than the inbound and egress network traffic disabling.
Yeah. So I guess the end result with this customer that, they're all their data was encrypted. The attacker stole 500 gig of patient data, which caused the data breach. And then the victim organization, they had to pay $3 million to purchase the decryption program because their backups were encrypted.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think overall they were down for about 2.5 weeks before data was safely encrypted and put back into place, which is not that abnormal in a situation where you don't have backups. In situations where backups are viable, it still is not a great situation because of all the precursors to secure the network and everything that needs to be done before you can restore. But 24 to 72 hours for critical operations being restored, if you have backups, is probably the average. Don, I know we talked about like some better backup systems that can have some services where you can actually spin up the backups as a virtual machine. That can certainly help getting critical operations up and running, especially for some smaller organizations. So there are some levers you can pull if you want to have your organization's ransomware downtime. God forbid you do have an event to be 24 hours.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that in a slow and controlled manner to prevent any reinfections, because that happens a lot of times.
Yeah. So I think like the lessons learned from this incident, we've obviously stressed the immutable backups. I think it's critically important. If I was on an internal IT team, having truly immutable backups would probably be my top priority. Obviously, I see that from a little skewed lens because I deal with incident response and major ransomware attacks all the time, but I see how miserable it is when clients don't have backups to restore from. But the other major lesson, and this is a lesson in about 60% of all ransomware incidents across the globe, is every single organization needs to have at minimum an external vulnerability scanning service or product that will continually scan the external network for any vulnerabilities that exist. And then they need to have a program or service that will actually patch these vulnerabilities. If this organization would have had that, the vulnerability the attacker used to get inside the network was a known vulnerability. It could have been easily scanned for. They didn't have it, and then the attacker was able to get in. So if they would have had that, and it's usually a fairly inexpensive service, they would have avoided this whole ordeal in the first place. And then, of course, most organizations, if not all, any organization of decent size or revenue should have someone or a company that's responsible for the 24/7 monitoring inside of the network. Don, any other recommendations or things you want to mention that I missed?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of, foundational things we would talk about. Obviously, you hit most all of them, the monitoring and detection, reviewing access controls on a regular basis, making sure that, least privilege access is something that you've instrumented through your environment. But yeah, employee training is a big thing. Just not only employee training from a user standpoint, but from an administrator and an incident response standpoint, being able to go through and train, the disaster team, make sure they understand what's going on and how to react.
Yeah, definitely. And if there's any other questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I'm going to quickly mention the downfall of our second horror story. We obviously don't have enough time to cover it all, but feel free to throw any questions in the chat, and I'll stop and answer them, because that's probably the most important thing. But the other horror story that I wanted to cover is something on the incident response team we see all of the time, and it has to do with organizations seeing one part of the attack chain and thinking the attack is mitigated when it's actually fully in progress and getting worse by the moment. A really common thing that we see is an organization will have like good endpoint protection tools, good EDR, SentinelOne, Defender, CrowdStrike. They're really good tools at protecting the endpoints on the network. They're best in class, and those tools will alert on a server. In this particular situation, the tool alerted for a Mimikatz detection on a domain controller. And the endpoint tool said, great news, we detected this, we blocked it, and we've remediated it. The internal IT team saw that alert in late afternoon, early evening, and they said, great, glad we bought this tool. Like, it just totally did its job and stopped this threat. Well, many of you are probably thinking, like, well, yes, but this was an attack tool on an internal server. Like, that's not the full story of the attack. But a lot of IT organizations, they don't think about the cyber attack chain. They don't realize that, like, an attack just can't come out of nowhere on your domain controller. If it does, you probably have bigger problems with your network configuration. Mm-hmm. So what actually happened in this situation, the IT team went to sleep, thought everything was fine, and they woke up in the morning to, I think it was some partial encryption that was also blocked by the endpoint protection tools, but some other things had gone haywire. And what happened was the attacker compromised a workstation via malicious email, and then was moving laterally through the network, and they were on the domain controller, which is where they triggered the endpoint alert. But even though they were blocked on the domain controller with Mimikatz, I think they pivoted and they used a Python version of Mimikatz, which is the same attack tool, but written in Python, a lot harder for the EDR tools to detect, and they were able to progress more of their attack. Where if this organization would have realized that this attack they were seeing it in the middle of the attack chain, they could have triggered their incident response firm, maybe worked internally, maybe worked with the center team or an outside incident response firm like Arctic Wolf, and they would have seen that the attacker was accessing the domain controller from that workstation. They would have mitigated the threat on the workstation, maybe even pulled the workstation offline. And we would have also seen that the attacker was on the VMware infrastructure and had created a hidden virtual machine. So what I'm getting at there is, if you see a component of the attack and you can't explain the end-to-end attack chain, there might be more of the iceberg underwater that you need to look into as well.
Good point. I think we probably
we're about at time. How ironic is it that Arctic Wolf, who does so much for security, says the most important thing is strong, immutable backups?
Yeah.
Not the
Thank
most
you.
important thing for security, but if I was internal IT, it was what I would do first.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much, Nathan and Dawn. We're going to hop into our next session with Todd Smith and Ronnie Bergen from SureWeb and Center. They'll be exploring how to avoid being affected by events like the CrowdStrike outages, or is it even possible? So if y'all want to just go ahead and take it away.
Sure.
Sure. Hey.
There we go. Thanks, Todd. I was struggling there.
Thanks, Haley.
So I'm Todd Smith, CTO at Center. Often get pulled into different technical escalations, oversee our internal IT environment, and then also involved with the different deciding the different technology solutions and systems that we implement not only internally but also for our customers.
Roddy Bergeron. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Roddy Bergeron. I am the cybersecurity technical fellow, long title, over at SureWeb. SureWeb is most people know it as a cloud marketplace. So we resell and support Microsoft products, security products, backup products, productivity products. We offer professional services, etc., for our partners. Located based out of Canada, Sherbrooke, Canada, and we have a great partner in Center Technologies.
Yeah, we have the fun topic of talking about how to avoid being affected by events like CrowdStrike, or is it even possible? Long story short, it's not possible to avoid it. However, there's plenty of things that you can do to help make yourself a little more resilient and recover faster.
Yeah, for sure, right? When we talk anytime we talk cybersecurity, right? Like, and we look at the three pillars of cybersecurity, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. You can't avoid, right? I never say like you're gonna always have 100% security. You're never gonna be 100. You're never gonna have zero risk in your environment. There's always gonna be some kind of chain of issues, sometimes simple, sometimes very complex. That's gonna cause you some downtime, right? Like if you have a cloud service that you use, you don't know what authentication services they're using. It's tied to Intra or some third party, or if it's tied to AWS. Well, if one of those services goes down, your service goes down, which then affects downstream, right? So when we talk about CrowdStrike a little bit, and we talk about the outages that happen from that, the point I want to drive today is how do you limit the impact of something like that, and then how do you recover from it? Because you're gonna have to quickly pivot to a recovery plan and have some processes and some procedures in place, right, to help your clients recover. And I could tell you that's my MSP's perspective, because I worked for an MSP for 8.5 years building their cybersecurity program and their CISO services. I've helped MSPs cover from like RMM incidents where their whole clients are ransomware. So like that's a whole issue in and of itself to recover from. And same thing with CrowdStrike, right? If you're running a CrowdStrike agent and you're running across your entire client base, how do you recover 500, 1,000, 1,500, whatever, however many endpoints you have, right? So it's an interesting conversation, a very complex conversation to have around limiting the impact of an incident in the recovery process.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people with business continuity and disaster recovery always think of, the back-end infrastructure, where all your data is hosted. But a lot of people don't think about the actual endpoints their users are working on. Yeah. And this event was one of those that impacted everything to where end users couldn't even do simple things or get on their machine initially.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, you look at I hate to pick on Delta because I'm a Delta frequent flyer, but like all their gate agents who have Windows workstations, right? Every single one of them were in a constant blue screen cycle, right? So we'd reboot, it would go to boot up, immediate blue screen, start the process over again. And even when they got them back up into a usable state, they saw the dreaded like, oh, you got to put in your BitLocker recovery key now. And then they struggle to figure that out. Like, okay, how do we get the BitLocker recovery key to the hands of the gate agent? How do we get the machine fully booted again? How do we even then go? Because now that that key is out there, you have to then recycle that key so that it can't be reused again because now it's public information and that key shouldn't be public. So you got to go recycle all those keys. Like that whole process just to get a single workstation up and running. It's something we don't normally think about. It's something that we hope never happens, but I can tell you when it does happen and you're sweating bullets trying to figure it out, the time you wish you would have prepped for it really starts to look a lot better than sitting in front of a workstation getting tons of angry calls from people for sure.
Yeah. So one of the things we recommend is Microsoft Intune, right? It helps with that quite a bit, not just from a deployment aspect and making sure you have all your standard security controls, applications deployed, but also BitLocker recovery to where you can back up the keys and also make it to where end users could, from their cell phone, access a link and view it. And you can also recycle them. So in the event of a machine having an issue, you can also quickly push a autopilot reset, reinstall everything and all your applications and be back up and running pretty quickly.
Yeah, like whenever I was at our MSP and we were doing this big automation push and we're trying to tie that back into security, right? And we started using Intune, and I think it cut down our recovery time on our workstation from 4 hours of manual or semi-automated prep to like 15 minutes or something like that. So if you ever do have to fully recover a workstation, between things like having all your files in OneDrive or a SharePoint site, using Intune, using application deployment packages, like you said, man, that could. You tie that back to downtime for a client and how much that's going to cost them, right? Like we had an attorney, high profile defense attorney we did work for, and he said every hour I'm down, I'm not billing $23,000. So you tie the downtime to real world dollars, and it starts to make, and I hate to use the pun, it starts to make sense, right? That you should do more automation. You figure out ways how to decrease your client's downtime in the event of an incident, right? And those automation tools like Intune, centralized configuration profiles, things like that, all come into play for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So not just backing up servers, but backing up the endpoints, OneDrive. But as what's probably been reiterated in every single one of these sessions is the importance of backups. So we had a lot of different things that we did for our customers whenever this event happened. We have a different endpoint security product that we standardize on, but that's not to say we don't have some clients that utilize CrowdStrike. So we had to apply some of the workarounds in place to rename or delete the system file, boot in the safe mode. Luckily, we had all of our clients' BitLocker keys backed up to where we could work through that. We also used a tool called ThreatLocker to do application control, to where we can block specific files from updating. So for the machines that hadn't yet gotten that updated, we could push a policy out to those machines so they won't get that file updated, and help prevent issues that way. And then also for some servers, we were able to quickly restore them if we were able to do that. So that's one of the things we do on our managed service team. Make sure that we have backups and fully test them and make sure that we can restore in the event of something like this happening.
I'm glad you touched on fully restore, like the test restore, right? Because that's a big piece. And look, I did incident response. We worked a lot with legal at our MSP way back when. We got called into a lot of incident response for their clients. And you'd walk in and they'd say, oh yeah, I get my backup report every day and it's green checkboxes all down, all down the report. And you go, well, does anybody actually doing a full disaster recovery or doing like spot checks on files? They're like, no. So they go to restore, and either they find out that they can't restore certain files, or the restore time is going to be 4, 5, 6 days, and they're like, we can't be down that long. Well, your backup solution, and what we like to call, you have your RTO and RPO, right? Your recovery time objective and your recovery point objective. So recovery time objective is like how much downtime can I have before it becomes detrimental to the business, right? And then recovery point objective is like how much data can I lose? So how often do I need to be backing up data? And that's a conversation to have, and I'm sure Center Tech is having those conversations with their clients about like, hey, we don't know what your business outcomes are or what your expectations are, and we want to get ahead of it and have this conversation ahead of time because if something bad does happen, and now I have to tell you you lost a day's worth of work, a week's worth of work, or we can't fully recover a system. Like the worst time to be having that conversation is when they're already up to their knees in problems, and you're piling on top of it, or it seems like you're piling on top of it, and the outcomes come bad. So like you have to have those conversations and understand like, hey, maybe we can't be up and running 24/7 because of cost, but maybe we can get that downtime down to a day or 12 hours, or maybe we can get critical systems back up and running in 4 hours and non-critical systems back up and running in a day, or how does that look? And then you create that plan, put your backup in place, and you test it, and you do things like not only just testing restores, but testing that plan you have in place. We were doing a lot of like role playing exercises. We're like, okay, what happens if this happens and it affects these systems? Like, how would that work for this client? And going through those scenarios and talking about them and refining that process, it builds a lot of trust between you and your clients, and I think you get better outcomes at the end of the day. And no one's freaking out. Like kind of all always have a saying when I do these, when I was doing these tabletop exercises, these role playing games, is you fight the way that you train, and the more that you train, the better you're going to fight when something bad actually happens. So going through these exercises, like I could tell you the client's perspective on IT changed. When something bad did happen, like a system go down, you can't always predict hardware failures. They understood that there was a process in place. They were less stressed. We got them back up and running quicker. Like that whole piece, I can tell you, it's critical. It's crucial in a business today, especially when you start talking again like downtime and dollars and how much that's going to cost the business.
Absolutely. And very important to have a incident response plan in place, right? Yep. But one thing that a lot of people don't think is where are you storing that plan, right? So if your internet's down and it's only in the cloud, how are you going to get to it? So it's important to have an updated backup copy of that as well. The old-fashioned way of keeping files offline for something like that.
We encouraged, didn't force, but we encouraged our clients to have 3 copies. One actual printed copy, like in a binder, you put that in the file cabinet. So if a server dies, internet goes out, whatever, you still have it. Put one local copy and then back up that copy with your regular backups, like to a cloud solution if you have one, to where you had another copy. So you follow the 3-2-1 rule, right? 3 copies of the file, 2 of them are backups, and 1 of them is off-site or in the cloud. So I always have a printed version, and always just make sure that printed version is the latest version. But I've in my 8 years of doing security and incident response, twice I think I'm glad we had a written policy. One was for a bank that we went into, and all their servers were offline. And I just remember one of the bank managers comes out. He has a big old, thick binder full of policies. He's like, "Oh, here's our incident response plan." And I was like, very thankful, like I had this, because then I actually had a process to follow, and I wasn't just like shooting from the hip trying to get them back. Because that can lead to further downtime and further issues and more costly mistakes if you don't do something in a proper way, especially with very intricate systems like finance systems.
Absolutely. So Mr. James Schuler asked a pretty good question. So he said, vendor scrutiny is evolving. He used to not care about what vendors his vendors used. Yeah, James, it was only pretty good. I could tell some thought went into it, yes. But so for critical applications, basically what systems do your vendors use? That's something that it might be a little harder to find out, but you got to do a third-party risk analysis. So like a few years ago, you could have asked, hey, does Center have any dependency on AWS? And I said, no, we keep we have a data center, we have stuff in Azure, we use Microsoft. No, not really big dependency on AWS. Well, come to find out, even a system that we hosted, one process of that, the login process, actually used some AWS services. So when AWS had an outage, hey, it impacted that. That's how we found out. So it's important to try to ask those vendors, what are their dependencies? Where is their infrastructure hosted? So you know that if there is an issue with that particular system, if it's AWS, Azure, CrowdStrike, something along those lines, you might have an idea of why.
Yeah, with all the interconnected cloud services out there, right? You can easily go down a rabbit hole of like, who's connected to what. If something fails, what down chain does it have? I mean, think about it this way. Think when you have an internet outage or like there's a major outage. Let's talk about like Verizon a few weeks ago, right? Like what caused that outage, which then would have trickled down maybe to AWS and trying to find those root cause and all the different pieces that go together. I mean, if you have in an interconnected internet system, if BGP has problems, right, which we've had in the past many times, they take out whole sections of the internet, like trying to figure out how all those different pieces can connect is you can really easily go to. It's good to understand it. It's good to do that kind of information so you can be a little bit more resilient or know, hey, if Amazon has an outage, I know it's going to affect these services. But it's a lot. We used to try to plot these using like a data map. And my data map started very basic with like one little circle in the middle and then all these little connected spokes. And then in Visio, I think over the course of 2 years, we expanded it and it was confusing as all get up. But and another thing too, like building your vendor risk management plan, that should be a part of your process too. Like if you're talking with new vendors or you're bringing on a new product or maybe you're going through with existing vendors, like asking those important questions about how they handle interruptions. Do they have that incident response plan in place? What's their resiliency plan? What's been their uptime over the last X amount of years? Asking them for any kind of accreditation they may have in those processes. So everybody should have, or SOC audits, right? Which is it's usually done by like a financial firm, but they go and they test all the processes and system processes, like understanding what the SOC audit says, which systems are in scope of it, who's impacted by what. Like normally you'll get some information from there, and then from there you can branch out. So like you're not going to be able to go ask Microsoft or Amazon like, hey, what are you doing for backups, right? They're not going to tell you.
Yeah.
Normally those guys have tons of reports readily available for you. Like you can go to Microsoft's like compliance website and ask for a copy of their SOC report, and they'll give it to you. And it's a massively technical document, but it like breaks it down into detail. All the different systems, what's affected by this, all the different processes that get used. And but no, it's something anybody should be doing with any kind of, not just software. If you're bringing in any kind of vendor, like an attorney or a CPA or whatever, like you have to vet those people as well about how they handle not just your technical systems but your data as well. If you're doing data transfer, huge in medical, when we used to do like HIPAA discussions with our medical practitioners, right? Like how are you transferring data in and out? The vendor that you send it to, like some of the like electronic medical records, what's their process for handling that data securely? And you start going down that rabbit hole, and understanding where those risks in in those vendor processes, like handoff processes or data connection processes. Oh man, like you could spend a lot of time and take a lot of Tylenol trying to get through some of those reports and figuring it out. But it's a worthwhile process. Like you have to do it. You have to have those discussions and understand where your risks are at in your business.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of role play, and go over different scenarios like, hey, what happens if we lose internet or power? How are you going to continue doing business, right? You can't just yell at the IT guy and say, fix it when there's systems that are more and more out of your control. You got to have plans in place for what to do when there's something out of your control. How do you continue business? Because unfortunately, with the world, how, like you were saying, how everything's interconnected, one small thing like a CrowdStrike update could take down flights for the entire US. So there's you got to role play those scenarios.
You can I'll give you an intricate scenario, but there was 3 years ago, there was a power outage in an area, and what triggered it was they had an exposed SCADA system. So SCADA systems help you, it's like something you can use to help control like some of the manual switches and everything. And for industrial electronics, and somebody accidentally either got access to it or something, and the SCADA system went offline. When the SCADA system went offline, all the sub controls or the pieces that SCADA system controlled, that went offline too, and it cascaded power issues across multiple cities. So one little box, right? And that was the effect for that. So just understanding, I think, where those weak spots are with your systems and your vendors. I'm going to reiterate something you probably have to do.
Absolutely. One thing that we do often is make sure we understand, especially with a cloud service, hey, if you're having issues, where can I go check status updates?
Yeah.
Right. And then making sure you subscribe to those updates. So what we try to do is we have a Teams channel for, our internal tools and tool notifications, and we'll set it up to where we can get anytime there's a cloud service we utilize, when they are pushing an announcement, that it posts there. So not everyone's creating a service ticket at the same time when there's an outage, to where that might update faster than I can send a message out to the team. So that way everybody's kind of aware of the status of those particular applications, but you need to make sure you know where to go look in the event of an issue.
That's a important thing to touch on too. So when we talk about incident response, we always talk about how do we get services back up and running, but we never talk about the communication plan.
Yeah.
How do we communicate? Who's going to communicate? How often are we going to give updates? Where do we go to get updates? Like, all those pieces too are important, because I put my client hat on, or my end user hat on, I'm anxious. I'm trying to figure out what to do. And the more information I can give them, and the more reassurances that I can say, in 15 minutes, we're going to give you another update. In 20 minutes, you'll hear from our CTO or whatever, that we're going to go out there and give you a live update, and just stay tuned here. So that part's important leading up to the fix, and then services get restored or partially restored, maybe a ramp up, and then going back and later doing like a root cause analysis and saying, here's the problem, we figured out what happened, here's how we fixed it, and here's how we're going to prevent it in the future. So so everyone's aware that, like, you're taking it seriously, you've come up with a plan, and you're going to make sure that potentially this doesn't happen again. Like, you're giving that reassurance and the support. Because I always tell people, like, the way you handle an incident, especially one that's public facing or client facing or end user facing, like, that matters a lot. Like, it's a lot of people, we understand, like, how issues happen, and we understand the fact that bad things are going to happen, but like that, I think, like, that emotional feel around it, like, how did you make me feel during this incident, like, is important as well. And if we communicate clearly and we understand, everyone understands what's going on, and that in the future we're going to help prevent this, like, that feeling that the client gets or the end user gets of knowing that you're working on it, that you've been clear in communications, is crucial. It's I've seen too many good vendors and too many good MSPs have an incident, and while they're good at the technical piece, the communication piece totally fails, and they lose a lot of trust. Sometimes through no fault of their own, but that trust piece is critical. Yeah.
So one question I've been asked with people when this issue happened is, what do you think the industry fallout will be, right, from this? Because there's going to be different requirements. There's going to be I'm sure that CrowdStrike is going to have certain things in place to help prevent something like this from happening. What are your thoughts on that?
So we go down a really deep path here, but let's start on two pieces. There's going to be a focus on kernel access inside of Microsoft. So Microsoft, way back when they got sued in the European Union because they weren't playing fair with access to Microsoft's kernel. Microsoft didn't. We only give them kernel access because you mess with the kernel, like the core piece of Windows, you can have some really big instability problems. And if an attacker can get access to the kernel, can completely own a system, and nobody will know about it, right? Because, like, the kernel is this very, 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 very protected core piece of code in Windows that basically controls everything. So,
and this issue is one of the reasons why they wanted to protect it.
yeah. So the European Union said you have to give them access to it or it's anti-competitive. And then we had the rise of like the kernel drivers, right? That leads us to the CrowdStrike issue. And look, I don't want to pick on, we're talking about CrowdStrike, but this issue has happened to multiple vendors over the years.
Yeah.
So it's not, so the debate now is going to be, hey, after this issue, which took down, flights for days and everything, like all the other impact it had to hospitals and the financial sector, do we now have the conversation that the European Union got that wrong and Microsoft should cut off kernel access? So that's discussions probably going on right now in some room somewhere with officials and governments and saying, is this the path we want to go? That's the first thing, right? Which if that happens, your traditional antiviruses, your CrowdStrikes, your whomever, SentinelOnes, your Nortons, whatever, like they won't have the same level of access to see processes going on, right? So that's going to be an issue. But there may be it may lead to more stable Windows experience. So you won't see those blue screens like what happened with CrowdStrike update.
Yep.
Second piece is the review process for code. So CrowdStrike in their root cause analysis basically said, hey, we didn't have the process we had for reviewing code was bad. The testing tool, I'll use that term, the testing tool they used on the code had a bug in it that didn't catch that issue. Like it was boom, 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 these bad processes they had in code review because they're constantly cranking out new updates. There's new attack vectors coming up. There's new threat actors in the playing field. They're using different techniques. They're taking different paths through the MITRE chain. And CrowdStrike's constantly updating their endpoint to make sure that they're catching all these new things, and that the heuristics engine and the EDR engine is picking up on all those new attacks. They're constantly cranking out code, and updates, and something bad happens. So that review process is going to hopefully become a lot more stable across the board, and that more vendors follow a more strict update process, including one of the other issues that I felt was problematic in the CrowdStrike incident and others as well. When an update gets pushed out, it gets pushed out to everyone, right?
Yeah.
Like there's no you can't have I couldn't as a end user of the software or the IT provider say, let me test this on a few computers first, and then I'll roll it out to workstations, and then maybe non-critical servers, and then critical servers, right? So I'm going down the chain of what's going to have the least impact if this is a bad update. We couldn't do that. We could control the version that we pushed out, but we couldn't control which machines were more important. So we call that ring update. So you update them in rings. So my advice was, hey, you guys should probably do more, have the ability to have the IT provider or the end user of the product have the ability to control who gets updates and when. Because if I take down a critical, this happened during my time at our IT, I call it an issue. We helped in an incident with a 911 call center where a bad update took down their 911 operations. So you can imagine, luckily it was a small town 911 operation, so it wasn't a huge issue. They could still call the sheriff's department directly and everything, or local police. But imagine that going on in a major city, like 911 goes down, right? Like you got a huge issue. So that was the same. So being able to test that critical, those updates against non-critical systems and then rolling them out to critical, got to have a balance between protection and uptime, right? Again, going back to the CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The updates provide confidentiality, but a bad update takes away from your availability. You got to balance, the C, the I, and the A in there to make sure that you have good systems, because you pull from one of those, the corner of that triangle is going to affect something else. So balancing the protection with the availability is where we're going to. I think that's what was missing in CrowdStrike a little bit as part of that incident.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we do a lot of vulnerability scans, look for different vulnerabilities and applications. There's always one out there, always. So it's very important to get things patched as quickly as possible. But you need to have a pilot group, and so that's something that we do even for Windows updates. We'll have a pilot group that we push the updates to first, make sure there's no issues before we push them out to all of our clients. So
yeah, that's a good standard best practice with updates is have your tests right and roll them out, you roll your tests out. And look, still too, especially with Windows updates, like reading all the reports that come out from Microsoft, like giving it a day or
Yep.
two to see all the people who've tested, say, hey, here's all the major issues going on. If I apply that patch to X, Y, and Z server, am I going to have that same issue in that same configuration? I mean, that's part of the update process, like the almost like threat intelligence, right? Like I'm gaining new intelligence based on what's out there, but I'm also applying that best practice of rolling out updates in like an orderly fashion.
Well, it is 12:30. Thank you, Todd and Roddy, for your great session on a really hot topic at the moment. We're going to take one more 30-minute break, and we'll be back on at 1 o'clock for a session on the recent announcement of the end of life for Dynamics GP. James Schuler will be taking over for me for the remaining 2 sessions, and you can actually catch him on our final keynote at 1:30.
I can't believe you kept him quiet this long.
I tried my hardest.
All right, guys, we'll see you back in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Hey, this transition from me to Haley or Haley to me, I'm going to test a couple screen shares. This is not a sign, guys, that we're restarting early. Just know I'm going to test a few things. There may be some AI generated music along the way. We'll be back.
Johnny screams frozen, he's losing his control. Machines are humming under fluorescent soul. Backs to the chair all day long, little light in sight. Wrangling all these misfit codes deep into the night. Updates come knocking, gotta fix that bug. Passwords locked.
That's about as good as Zach Bryan right there. Hey, Steve. We're going to be starting up here shortly.
Sounds good. Eric should be on with us too.
Oh, nice.
Yep, I'm here. James, are we going on camera?
Did you ask if we're going to be on camera?
Yeah, if I got to share.
I mean, I guess up
I
to
have to
you.
go on
I think,
camera now?
yeah, I'll be on camera. Steve will be on camera.
Okay, I was just making sure.
All right. So without a doubt, my favorite movie around cyber attacks, it's probably not a movie, it's more of a show, is that Silicon Valley show on HBO. If you guys have seen Silicon Valley and like it, let me know in the chat. It's like by far my favorite. If there's something better than Silicon Valley, the HBO version of it that they did, throw that in there. I need something new. I'm about to throw that question, Steve, to you and Eric. Do y'all have a favorite?
I'm going to date myself. I'll go with War Games. That's
War
all
Games. Yeah, sure.
Shoot, I don't know if I've got anything else. I've got to be honest. I don't watch too much like shows. I'm just basically just watching sports. If it's not a game, I'm not too interested.
So I'm hearing. So Tamara, thanks for chiming in just now. I need some more of y'all to chime in. I'm seeing Pablo saying he can't hear us. Jesslyn, if you're on, help me out with Pablo. See if you can get him. Maybe log out, log back in. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, Tamara, I knew you were going to chime in with that. We just did a blog kind of a post on best movies in the cyberspace. Those of y'all who've seen, I'm sticking on the show side, not the movie, Halt and Catch Fire. Steve, for guys like you and me dating ourselves, that's about the IBM sales days back when they were throwing boxes around. Great TV show. Halt and Catch Fire. I think it was like A&E or something. Really good. For the rest of y'all on right now, if y'all got other favorites, throw them in there. I want to tune into them. I want to check them out. I'm going to swing back to the same topic at the end of this before our last series. So with that, Eric and Steve, we're going to transition now to end of life for Dynamics GP announced. What's next? I'm sure you guys have a ton of opinions on this. Eric, guys, for those of y'all who don't know, he actually lives in Tampa. He has real strong lungs. He blew the storm south just a bit, ended up not losing power at all. Can't believe he survived it. Steve's got powerful lungs too. Steve, you're a long distance runner. How far have you run? What's your longest you've ever taken a jog for?
The longest I've made it so far is 84 miles.
And I'm in 1 month?
100. Yeah. That was in 25 hours.
In 25 hours. All right. Second one we're going to do. If any of y'all on this chat has a record of one jog, you laced up your shoes and you left your house and you came back 80 something miles later or further, put your name in here. We need to meet you for sure. So Eric, Steve, either one of y'all are both experts in this space. Let me take a back seat to this conversation. Tell me what's going on and why is this a topic worth talking about?
I guess maybe I could kind of start a little bit here, James, but as obviously the client account manager here with Center Technologies, had a lot of conversations with a lot of folks that I work with who are using Dynamics GP Great Plains as their ERP solution. And through business reviews, I always get the question, probably over the last year and a half, hey, Eric, when is Microsoft going to give an official announcement as far as end of support for Dynamics GP Great Plains? And I said, so far they haven't given a specific date or an announcement saying, hey, here's the final days of Dynamics GP Great Plains. They've mentioned that they would have support at least through 2028 and beyond. But other than that, they haven't given a specified date. But more recently, or just recently, we've actually had a formal announcement coming from Microsoft. So this is a pretty big deal for a lot of folks who are like I said, still using Dynamics GP Great Plains. What do they decide to do moving forward? Start putting together a roadmap strategy and start looking at their options, which would be in this case in the Microsoft ecosystem, moving or transitioning from Great Plains over to the cloud Microsoft ERP solution, which would be Dynamics 365 Business Central.
Yeah, Eric, that was a good introduction. Steve, for the thousands of people on right now that have GP still, and the tens of thousands that don't know the GP world well on listening today, how can you tell them at just a sentence or two of what are we talking about? What is Great Plains? What is GP?
Yeah, GP is an ERP system, so it's your accounting, your operations, your inventory, your billing. It's everything you need to be able to run your business, and it's Microsoft's one of their early acquisitions into that space. So it's a long-standing product that Microsoft acquired, and it has lots of fans. So it's a product that's been around forever. Like you mentioned, lots of users on that system. Now looking for a home, looking for a transition and a plan.
Perfect. Thank you for doing that. I always forget myself, since we live inside these walls at Center, there's always a couple on listening who say, what is Great Plains? What's GP? What are they even talking about? So now that Microsoft announced a sunset date, which Eric, you cracked me up just now with that comment, we're going to support it from till 2028 and beyond. So just tell us indefinitely then, Microsoft. You don't need to be so cryptic. I guess y'all built some slides, a couple of things we're going to show. Do y'all want to jump into this kind of systematically? What do y'all want to share about on this topic?
Sure, I think it'd be good if you jump ahead a slide. We can talk about this. This will just be the bullet points. Let's just jump right into the next slide and we'll talk about.
Yeah, no problem.
Because you mentioned, that you're right. They had this kind of cryptic way of saying, this certain data and beyond. And like we all knew the writing on the wall. And I've been using GP. I started back this over 20 something years ago, right? So I'm one of those. I was a big fan of GP. I still like GP. Made the transition to Business Central, but we all knew this was coming. But here's the official word is out there. So these are just some things to keep in mind on how they're going to transition. And so you see there the dates here. So they're going to do it in a way that says, they're going to kind of phase people out. So it's going to kind of be an issue if companies are growing and they need to plan for this. This is where the roadmap comes in, because it's not that far in the future here. The April 1st, 2025 says no more sales of new perpetual licenses. That means if you have an on-premise license or a perpetual license and you're expanding or making plans and there's some growth, you're going to hit a roadblock where you can't buy any more users. That's something you need to be planning for. The same on the subscription model, although they're going to go further out because Microsoft's more friendly to subscription models. But there's going to be this scenario where you need to be planning for, if we're doing an acquisition of another company, we need to bring on more users, we're expanding the business. Don't get caught with, well, I need some more users, but now I'm stuck. So it is good that they've given us that heads up on that. So it's not just support, but it's also the kind of, so to speak, wean you off of the product. And then the third bullet point about the support ending and the updates. So that is kind of mainstream support, or kind of the primary support of, I got a problem, I call them up, I send a case, even if it comes to us. There's this point where no more. A lot of partners like Center are going to keep taking care of GP customers indefinitely, but obviously there's coming to this point where you can't really get true support from Microsoft. If there's a real problem, sorry, we don't support this anymore. That's coming. And then kind of on our, cybersecurity topics here, there's going to be security updates that are going to stop. And that seems like a long ways away. I know with those security updates, but it's also important to know that, we're GP, Great Plains, is sitting on top of your Windows server systems, your SQL Server, and those have their own updates. And you got to be mindful of, if you don't stay current, if you don't stay with those products being updated, they have their own timeline of those older versions of the OS and older versions of SQL are going to hit some of the same roadblocks, maybe even sooner. So it's just critical to be planning for this. And it is good in a way that we finally got an official word of what everyone knew was coming.
Yeah, Steve, that project plan, road mapping your different needs, that could be Heck, I don't know what's sitting in your data center. Maybe you have a co-location contract. You have warranty agreements with different manufacturers, hardware and software, and then end of life, like you just mentioned, for each of those. So an investment there may lock you in further than this timeline allows. Y'all done a lot of ERP changes and moves before. What's the normal length of time that someone plans for that move? Is that something that just takes a couple of weeks, or do they put a year's planning, 2 years planning into that kind of thing?
So the planning, you do need to be thinking about it. The project itself is not going to be a year, but you want to be planning ahead for this. A typical project could be 2 to 3 months, depending on the complexity. Some will go faster, some will go a little further, depending on how deep and how extensive and how complicated the business is. But you do need to be planning, like you mentioned. You might be in a contract with a group that's hosting GP for you, and need to be able to see, are they keeping up to date? Are they taking care of things? Are they fitting the timeline that I have? So yeah, that timeline is important. But you can plan for, most people are thinking about, in fact, I'm an ex-accountant. So accountants like to think about October as the budget season. So a lot of companies are going through right now budgeting for next year. And part of that timeline, if you're going to thinking about this move, is when is that going to happen? What quarter am I going to be looking at this move and budgeting for the move? And depending on how you're doing GP today and who's supporting it and things, the cost is going to vary on the move. But now's the time to be thinking about your budget plans for next year also.
Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, I think that's the spot that I always go back to. Is it's one thing when they say, I'll give a hypothetical, VMware vSphere 6.5 out of support, you must upgrade to 7. Fine, but they're saying GP, the product, is going to be sunset and going away. It's not just a variation of a level of it. It's fully going away.
That is correct. It is important to note that there are versions of GP currently, and Eric, I know you get a lot of these requests about, hey, I'm on version, let's say, for example, GP 2015. Am I good? Well, no, you're not good. There are versions of GP that are being support is stopping. So this is support in general, like you said, James. But to the same point, there are versions of GP that if you're not staying current and you're not staying at least, there's a certain level here that we can certainly get more details on. But you have to stay in that window also prior to this end of life. So it's important. We have a lot of conversations where they're seeing version X is coming to end of support on a certain date. Not just talking about the sunset of all of it, but a certain date for a version. Those are driving a lot of conversations that Eric and I are having also about people realizing or getting concerned. Where am I at just within the life cycle of what I have? Even if they have plans to be off of GP in another year, they're getting concerned. They're getting asked. IT directors are being asked by executives and boards, well, wait a minute, I'm hearing this chatter. Where are we, guys? Where do we stand? And actually putting the proper attention on what really can be the core part of the business, right? Sometimes doesn't get the attention it deserves. But you need to be looking at those timelines for the versions also.
Question came in on the chat, Eric. I don't know if this is more on your side or not, but do you know if no new sales means that existing contracts can't increase quantities? If I'm grandfathered in with perpetual licenses per se, can I add to that, or am I out at that stage?
I was going to say, Steve, I think,
you cannot add at that date.
Yeah, we won't be able to add after that date.
That is correct.
So you're going to see an influx of people buying extra licenses so they have those in case they wind up needing them. That's a waste. And then second, it may force you out of perpetual into subscription. Are there blends of that? Do people have both perpetual and subscription GP licenses?
You can't do a blend, but there are some, depending for people that have had GP for a long time, maybe more than 5 to 10 years. Most of those are probably on perpetual. There are some more recent ones that are on subscription, or if you're with us or with another firm that is hosting it, you could be on a subscription model, but you can't mix. And in both of those cases, when that date hits, you will not be able to increase the user count. So there's not really a grandfathered scenario.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I want to move on to the next
let's go on.
slide.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
and
Go
I
ahead.
think
Go
this
ahead.
one, just really quick, Steve, in a lot of these business reviews, a lot of the customers are asking me, well, I'm wanting to start to have the conversation of looking into transitioning off of Dynamics GP Great Plains. Obviously, if you're looking at Microsoft, that would be moving then to Dynamics 365 Business Central. But a lot of clients that I speak with, they say, hey, Eric, what are specific incentives that Microsoft is offering to make that transition? So, usually I've got Steve on those calls and conversations, and there are a couple of different options that companies have that they could look into.
Right. The main thing here is there's a lot of questions about, let me make sure I understand this, or I'm not going to have to buy that other product. Is it going to be am I just transitioning over? We want to make it real clear that it's not like, oh, I'm going to have to buy, let's say, for example, Business Central. That's what Microsoft wants you to go to. It's the cloud ERP version. But the question is, was that going to cost me something? I have to buy that. What happens to my investment I made in GP, or if I'm on a subscription license? Does it just port over? What's the scenario? So number one, if you're current on your maintenance, which is sometimes you're in a manual maintenance scenario, if you're on perpetual license, or if you're paying your subscription, that's going to port over. So the scenario is, just at a high level, you're going to carry over kind of your annual spend now. You can think of it as that gives you the right, or that kind of helps you transition over to Business Central should you choose to go that route. But they want to make it better than that, right? Because a lot of people will say, well, this is why it's so important to have these conversations is, some companies are going to say, well, now's a good time to look around. Well, obviously Microsoft, and we want you to stay in the family. So there's some incentives here. So this first one about bridge to cloud, what that means is there is a 40% promotional discount to go from GP to a Business Central subscription license. And there's a calculation that basically says the equivalency of spending X with GP and a certain number of users means Y with Business Central, and Business Central has very attractive pricing, but they give you a substantial discount to do that. When you go that route, you don't have to say switch to BC right away. I call it BC as Business Central. You can make that commitment. So your plan is to go there and move from Business Central or from GP to Business Central, and you have 3 years to do it. You don't have to do it right away. Now, again, we have to keep in mind, the scenario that we talked about with GP and its timeline, but you're going to be able to keep using GP. So that's why the dual access rights is shown there. You'll switch to a subscription, so you won't have an annual maintenance. You'll just be paying a monthly price that could be equivalent to what you're paying now if you're on subscription, or some equivalency of your annual. But the point is, they're not saying do it now, force a project right away. You're not under the gun. There's still time here, and there's incentives from the dollar perspective, and there's flexibility on, I continue to use GP until I'm ready within this little short time frame. We work with you strategically to make a plan and to get you over there without saying, oh my gosh, I only have a few months to make this transition. That's not the scenario. So we're in good shape as far as the incentives go.
Steve, I think we've had enough Microsoft experience to know that when they want something done, they put these incentives in place because they fully intend to not look back. Sometimes you see these announcements where they're going to kick the can. This one's been kicked. The can's already been down that path. And so now we're at that final stage, like you're saying. So that's a perfect description. Grace asked a wonderful question from the perspective of the user leveraging GP on a daily basis. When those dates pass, does it just turn off? Do they not get access anymore? What are they going to feel as those dates go beyond the support dates?
Right. That's a great question, Grace. And Grace is a longtime customer. Good to have you on here. Nothing is really going to happen from a day-to-day user perspective of, it's not going to turn off the system, right? It's going to be more of,
you're on your own.
You're on your own. Now,
yeah.
If you're a customer with us, we're going to take care of you. But we're going to be in that position where there's only so much we can do if something really goes wrong. And again, we're talking about not just GP, but the underlying. You're going to start hitting some roadblocks, like if you're not on a current version of GP, then it means you're probably not on the current version of SQL or Windows. And now we start hitting those walls. And so, although nothing's going to happen that day or that week, that month, you're going to be on your own. Again, we'll help you, but we don't have the safety net or the backup from Microsoft. And we're putting ourselves at risk in multiple areas, including security. So we don't want to go through that. We don't want customers to face that.
Yeah, so I'll take it a step further too, Grace. The issue might be more on your IT team. They have measures on all of their programs and software, all their systems, on how they're measuring patching and updating security patches and support needs. As these fall off, these become targets for hackers. And now we have no protection because the vulnerabilities that may be leveraged to get into the system are no longer being patched by the manufacturer to help close those open doors. So your IT team will be screaming about this. The business, though, won't stop operating unless or until someone breaches the program and gets into your organization. Now, if you were on the earlier classes that we did, there was a lot of talk about just that. How do you close those open doors? How do you find them? How do you see them? This will be one that's a high critical, glaring issue in the IT department. But Steve, good answer. Day to day won't stop. Grace, if we missed the intent of the question, throw another one in there. We're happy to talk more on that topic. That was a good one. All right, guys, I'm pushing forward through the next slide. Is that a good time?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is more about what your options are as far as migrating. And there's a few aspects here. I'll hit these quickly because I know we got another slide to go. But there are some migration tools that effectively say, let's make it easier to go from GP to Business Central. And although it's not a copy paste, you can't copy paste an ERP system. There are tools to get our data moved, to get our business processes moved, and of course we're experts in that. And I think we're one of the strong firms in the sense of our knowledge of GP and Business Central, and our crossover talent makes it really important that we can help you assess what you've got and use those tools that are in place. There's different methods here. So we usually help build a roadmap and give you options on, do you want to go directly from GP to Business Central? That's one option. Do you want to go from, if you have GP on premise or with another hoster, do you want to go to Center's private cloud and let us help you take care of that? Or if you're already in a private cloud, do you want to go ahead and, even with us, maybe if you decide when do you want to move to Business Central? So there's different options. And again, no one should feel under the gun about this in immediate terms, but you need a strategy and a roadmap. And Eric and I are on a lot of conversations where sometimes we're asked to go into a little depth and understand and work what fits best for that customer about what's the right path and what are the economics of that path too. So we handle all those options.
Yeah. Is that all you want to touch on this topic?
Yeah,
let's go right through it.
On to the other one since we're getting a little, yeah.
I like one thing, Steve, I just want to chime in before we move forward. I love what you said there. We're mutually equipped to support GP, even move GP off of perpetual into, say, an on-prem perpetual environment to a cloud-hosted environment for a short term if they're running short on hardware timeframes or data center contracts. We got options. And I love you keep mentioning that. There's a lot of flexibility in how we do this so that it's painless or as painless as possible to your business along the way.
Yes. One more point about that. And when I was listening to some conversations earlier about, hackers taking ransomware and things, we've unfortunately had experience with having customers that we supported. They were not in our cloud, but they were in someone else's cloud, and it maybe wasn't up to par. And I have had experience where their entire GP was locked up, taken down, held for ransom. And it was because the entire, that firm that they were using wasn't necessarily enterprise class, took them down. So the point of that is, if you're not sure what your current scenario is, or you're not comfortable with that, that's another option that, we have a secure, comfortable environment.
Perfect.
So this last, go ahead.
Last one.
Last one here. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to maybe mention quick, Steve, for this slide right here. I think it's we've just recently had a conversation with a client of ours that's starting to look into Dynamics 365 Business Central and moving to the cloud with Microsoft. And their current GP user today, and they, I remember the first thing he asked, he says, what's the first step? Where should we go and look at first when we're trying to maybe look into this transition? And you and I both mentioned it first. We said, you probably want to start with setting a meeting with us to have an assessment of your current GP environment, first and foremost, and then, let's see how that kind of measures up to transitioning over to Business Central. So just kind of wanted to lead in with that because, that's like the first thing that they always ask, like, where do we start?
Right. It's a challenge on where do we start. And this is another area where I think Center can really excel because we have, again, because of that long history that we have with GP, and we've been working with Business Central since it became a cloud product. That's over 6 years now. We understand GP at the expert level and now BC, but we can go in and see what you have, see what you're doing, understand how is that going to translate to GP or to BC. And a big difference there versus, let's say you go out and you're working with another partner that doesn't have, they're very strong in Business Central, but they don't have that much experience with GP. Maybe you don't get the same level of understanding of transitioning. Or if you're going outside the Microsoft family, they're just looking at, a new scenario. So they don't quite understand where you're coming from. So it's important to review that. It's important to do that next bullet, which is map here's how I do things today. How are they changing into Business Central? This is business, right? We're not changing business processes. We're still, your business processes that you have, ERP systems will handle it, right? But it's how you do things. How is GP set up? How's that going to map to what happens in Business Central? Okay, I have this. If, let's say, for example, if I'm a distributor and I've got a particular tool that integrates my warehouse shipping functions to UPS, you want to make sure, okay, well, is that in BC? How does that work? How, things that are operationally critical, we'll make sure they map. And then, after we have those discussions, again, we'll make recommendations on the path, on the timing. What are the best practices? What are the things, even as basic as learning curve? A lot of people ask Eric and I, okay, well, is Business Central just GP in the cloud? Well, no, not really. It's not. It's a different product. So what are the challenges going to be of learning curve of going from one product to another? And I always talk about how it varies, of course. Some people love the idea that I've got a new cloud product. They're very cloud friendly. They wonder, why am I still on this GP that is not cloud based? And there's other people that are so comfortable with GP, they're worried about moving, they're worried about training, or about learning. Again, because we've been through this with a lot of customers, and then multiple of us personally have gone from being a GP consultant to a Business Central consultant. We can give a lot of guidance and a lot of, I would say, hands-on, I like to think of white glove service to say, here's how you get from GP to BC comfortably. Here's how you get through the transition. We'll make those recommendations when we go through that assessment.
Yeah. So Steve, we have another Grace question. It's a good one. It's about cost associated to it. I was actually typing up a quick response in case we ran out of time. I think we got enough time though for us to talk about that topic. Do you want to touch on it first, or should I hammer that one head on?
Go ahead, and I'll follow up if you like.
Cool, that's great. Yeah, Grace, short answer is yes, there is a cost associated to it. Couple things that are unique about this, and Grace, I don't know the GP side near as well, so I'm unfamiliar if you're on-prem or hosted somewhere, but there is no version of BC on-prem. So at the very least, most are going through a cloud migration, and conceptually and physically, where we have to sunset the hardware that the GP program sits on. Microsoft may look at it as, hey, quite literally, it's one program you were paying for. Now you pay for another program. Costs are pretty much the same, but the effort to get there and to get BC in the same speaking language, the way you're used to using it, is indeed a project that will be an undertaking. Steve, how big that is probably case by case.
It is case by case, and Grace is in a good position because she's a current customer and we're going to take good care of her. She's going to have some advantages of being a current customer going through that, but there still is a cost and there's still effort. But we have, again, she's in a position that might be better than most in that she's well suited and should be ready to go to Business Central. But part of this assessment is understand the aspects, understand the costs, understand the user counts, do everything to help get through that and make sure that the economics there for this to make sense.
So license type to license type, should a user expect it to be fairly similar in price point?
It depends on where they're coming from. If because hosters, there's usually a larger footprint. I would say in general, it's the price is the same, right? It depends on the level of support and things that you might have currently.
That makes sense.
But it's when you include the all-in support of everything you're doing from GP to BC, you should see maybe a little better, but generally it's not a big jump or anything like that.
Yeah, that's the way I tried to look at it. Was you're going to have a very similar licensing cost. It's the effort of getting it to a functional, getting BC to be functional for you that's going to wind up having an expense that's more unavoidable. Grace probably is in a fortunate position to have a limited cost associated to it, but I think everyone should be thinking that the licensing's almost a transfer. Maybe it's a different form, subscription versus perpetual, but the effort of getting there is an unavoidable expense. Yes. Luckily, you have a couple of years, a year, 6 months, whatever, to plan for it. So, or it's not something that's going to be too much of a surprise. Steve, Eric, we are out of time. Do you have anything else you want to leave the group with before we close?
I was just going to say, appreciate the opportunity to kind of speak with everyone today. I'm going to be having a lot of conversations. I know it's coming because a lot of people already started to receive emails from their IT directors, and they're already starting to reach out to me saying, "Hey, Eric, I think we need to have a conversation now about what does a roadmap strategy look like for us to make this transition off of Dynamics GP Great Plains and starting to look more into Dynamics 365 Business Central."
Mm-hmm. Good finish, Eric. I totally agree. Steve, Eric, thank you guys for being a part of this today.
Thank you.
We are going to transition now to the 2024 cyber threats to local businesses in general, and 2025 predictions that are coming up. Is Felix Vila on? Better yet, Felix, have I actually been able to give you the power to unmute? Probably not. Give me 1 second, guys. And I'm going to.
Can you hear me?
Live in his mic. Yep, there you are. Felix, I see you as well.
Great.
Thank you for jumping on and joining us. We are at the tail end of our multi-session exercise. I'm going to spotlight you so everyone can see you as I can, and then we will jump right in. I guess you know what we probably should do. Not everyone here knows you like I know you. Can you spend a second talking about the CISA organization, who they are, and what you do for them?
Sure, no problem, James. So first of all, thank you for having me.
Sure.
I've listened to some talks so far, pretty insightful. CISA as an agency, we definitely, are here to work with partners, similar to organizations you just had speak earlier today. But yeah, not too many people have heard of CISA before. It is the youngest agency under the Department of Homeland Security umbrella. It's been around for about 5 years. And so because of that, we work closely with other agencies such as FEMA, TSA, FBI, even NSA, etc. And our mission is pretty straightforward. We're just here to help critical infrastructure owners protect against cybersecurity threats for today, and then also those that are evolving and in future threats. And so we work with critical infrastructure owners. However, we also work with those that support them. So a lot of times, let's say if you think of a law firm, for example, you might not see them as being critical infrastructure. If you look at the DHS sectors that are identified, you don't see law in their law firms. However, if they're client-based, it is CI focused, then we definitely can work with them. And so we understand they're part of just that network that helps overall have citizens get critical services that they use every day, whether it's education through K through 12, organizations, schools, let's say water, wastewater organizations, electrical, natural oil, gas, etc. Yeah, that's who we're here to help and work with. So as an advisor, quickly, let me just kind of recap what I do in my role, like on an everyday basis, is I help these CI owners identify that risk that they're facing from a cybersecurity side. And I help them create strategies to better make themselves more resilient, under that understanding that there's going to be no silver bullet when it comes to cybersecurity. There's no special framework, anything that's going to give you the key to protect yourself against everything. But we also understand that there is value in having a plan. And so I work closely with CISOs, from organizations of all shapes and sizes to help come up with ways that they can better protect themselves or at least be more resilient should they go through a cyber incident. Um, Also, we do have some national programs, and those are invite only. So, for example, some of those could be a new one that just came out recently, Cyber Sentry, where we take a more proactive and involved approach of working with critical infrastructure owners. Um, However, to get to that level, we work at the regional level first, to make sure that at least there's some sort of minimum cybersecurity posture that these CI organizations have. Um, Other than that, all my stakeholders I work with, I'm really attentive, and listening to their needs. Um, Obviously, working with them gives me insight into how we can come up with new resources and services to provide to these CI owners so they can be better prepared for future evolving threats. And so, yeah, I let the mothership know, if you will, of what we're seeing down in the ground level. And that way, again, as we get more funding and we grow as an agency, we can better serve the stakeholders that we work with.
Homeland Security created CISA a long time ago. It was 2007, not that long ago, but a while back. I don't remember CISA being in the spotlight till post-COVID era when ransomware and things really kind of went rampant. How long have you been with the CISA organization?
So quickly on that, CISA, it was known as a different agency prior to 2018, 2017 timeframe. It was actually a separate department under Department of Homeland Security, but officially the agency was adopted and created in 2018. I've been with CISA for about a year and a half now. Funny how I ended up coming on board with CISA was I was actually one of their stakeholders before joining the agency. I was actually on the local government side. And so I had always worked federal before, so whether it was federal agency like the Veterans Affairs, or let's say I worked under DoD through the military, or even working private defense industry and Raytheon, I always had that leaning towards the federal side and practices, etc. It wasn't until I worked local government in 2018, coincidentally, that I actually heard about CISA. I worked with them. I discovered the way I worked, the way I was used to working on the federal side was similar to what CISA was pushing. We would like everybody to adopt something like the cybersecurity framework and have like a very detailed and granular way of defining their cyber programs. But we also understand that that's just not realistic, right? Based on resources, it may be devices that they run, citizen services that they offer, all of that. And so because of that, yeah, there's different ways that you can use those federal type way of workings and protecting systems and make them adaptable to, like in this case, small businesses. I think that's the core group here. Yeah, all in all, that's how I met CISA, trying to come up with ways to help create a program at the local government level. And yeah, now I'm on board.
That is interesting how you became a part of that org. I did not know the separation of that 2018 milestone. I remember it being written in, but I was unaware that changed the approach that the CISA took. We were going to talk a bit about 2024. Coming into 2024, the outlook on the year was really the BEC, or business email compromise, was going to be fast on the rise. Ransomware was not going to fall apart, but was going to decrease. Why were we thinking it was going that route, and did we see that pattern take place?
When it comes to predictions, that's something that's really hard to do when you don't have the data to get a clear idea of what's actually happening. I think for the most part, I think you mentioned in 2020, that's when CISA really got the spotlight, based on a lot of the workforce going remote and just changing the way business processes, and they lean more on digital type of tools. and just things like that overall. And I think after 2020 and that transition maybe hit a little bit of a high point in 2022 around that time frame in 2023, people I felt maybe started getting a little bit comfortable in that, they took about 1 or 2 years or 3 to transform into a digital workforce, and now they're used to, Teams meetings and things like that. That wasn't as prevalent before. And so it came a little bit of like relaxation time and maybe like maybe comfort. However, the thing is, if you look at a lot of just data or charting that they do of incidents as compared to time, they're all still going up and to the right. And so really incidents haven't really stopped or maybe gone anywhere. They've been as prevalent as before. And overall, I think people just, again, understanding what ransomware is from all types of, departments that might be in or backgrounds and business email compromise. I think they just kind of lost oversight that it's still continuing. It's not really stopping. Yeah, if anything, it's just continuing to just increase in number.
Yeah, I've had a theory that we would see some level of decrease of ransomware just because I feel the government's intervention on trying to stop that matured. Just naturally it evolved to maturing to try to put a stop to them. But we did, at least in our world at Center, we did see a dramatic increase in the frequency of business email compromise. That was rather, I know they declared it as a prediction, but we were surprised that it became the more popular flavor of attack. Mid-year, we talked a little bit in a previous session about the CrowdStrike issue where the patch brought everybody down. Just recently on NBC, they were talking to a group that was saying everyone was feeling like it was a cyber attack. We thought it was a cyber attack, but it wasn't. Regardless, did everyone's got to react as if it was. Did y'all get engaged on that?
So we did. We have a specific department that works with stakeholders on that level, that national type of scale. It's the JCDC, so the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, and so the way they work is similar to us advisors that are assigned a specific geographical region across the nation. For example, I focus mostly on the West Texas, Southern New Mexico area. And so a lot of my stakeholders are mostly involved with oil, natural gas, agriculture, those type of stakeholders. Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative focuses on those organizations that have a national and even worldwide impact. So we can add maybe like the Google to that. The Google's, the Amazon, CrowdStrike, for example, is one of their partners. And so definitely that department was communicating, helping spread the message into what was actually occurring. However, when it comes to JCDC partnerships and just CISO partnerships in general, that's one thing that we really try to make clear is if there's an issue and it involves, again, one of our partners, we have them take the lead in communicating, what's actually happening, giving clarity to the situation. Obviously, if the agency has any supporting information or anything that can help the situation, they vet that through that organization so they can have like a cohesive or well partnered, communication plan going forward. But yeah, definitely, James. Our JCDC department was, working with CrowdStrike and just making sure that this incident wasn't, maybe larger or more malicious, even though it had a great impact than what it came out to be. Unfortunately, it was still a great issue, and it definitely was all over the world news. But again, they helped on just making sure that event was well identified and also communicated as in whatever channels they could to put that messaging out.
Felix, are you a conspiracy guy? Do you like conspiracies?
They're entertaining. They are fun to listen to. But no, I'm not a conspiracy guy.
I might be. I I enjoy the conspiracy for the entertainment of it. Kind of what you were just saying. I may not dive in with a full belief, but I hear these news stories now, and I'm the first of at least my circles of friends to be a skeptic where I'm going, no, they were attacked. This is an attack. For sure, they don't want to announce it. This is a made up thing. How often do y'all run into that? You don't need to give specifics, but are the headlines often a head fake to the reality of what went on?
I get that asked pretty often about everything, especially local type of incidents that occur, mostly because
Right.
I am involved in a lot of them. So that's I'll start there. That's one question I get asked pretty often by stakeholders is if I'm going through an incident and it's exceeding my ability to respond to it, um, who do I call first if I do want to let the federal side know what's going on? Do I
Yep.
call the FBI? Do I call CISA? Who do I call? Um, Really, it doesn't matter. Whoever you call, more than likely we're going to be communicating on the incident and trying to help, the situation. Um, Knowing full well that the FBI, their priorities are going to be different from mine. So they focus on finding out who the bad guy is, arresting that person, and bringing them to justice. Well, my end is going to be focused on keeping that critical asset up and running for the citizens. Obviously, keeping lives and monetary loss up in mind. And so, yeah, when we have incidents, I get asked like, hey, did something really happen or not? Or what information am I missing? What are you not telling me? Really, James, that's one of those things where, at least the incidents I've been involved in, there really is no smoke screen. And really our focus is just getting to the basics of helping those stakeholders we work with have their critical services running, delivering those services. If anything, suspicious or let's say there's any information that we come across that we feel needs to be shared with that victim, yeah, we definitely have protocols in place to let them know. But then it's up to the organization whether they want to share that information or not. So it's one of those things where it's really up to the victim to do what they will with that information, not up to to us, the agency helping them.
Yep. That's not helping me, Felix. I'm going to be a bigger conspiracy theorist reading between the lines on some of those. Now I'm going to start sending you articles going, I know what happened here. So I hope you find some humor in that. I can tell that there's some times where I think you read it and you go, honestly, for the better good of the public, it's probably best we don't overshare when they're just in the fact finding area. But the ones that come out, 4 months ago, it was recognized or announced that so and so had one. Here's the feedback they gave us. Who did this investigation really? So funny you worded it that way. It was a good answer. I look at back to some of the early days, like Colonial Pipeline, when they were hit. We haven't had an attack like that or JBS Foods that's jeopardized how the world's going to price certain goods in a while. Thank goodness. When you look at that, what industry or segment are you worried about most? I'll tell you just to throw it out there. Our world, we're worried about manufacturing most. They seem to be slow to get as a whole, not individuals, but as a whole, to get caught up to minimum standards. I've had some of peers in my company tell me healthcare is way behind. Is there an industry in general that you're worried about more than another?
So we do focus on some industries more than others, and that actually changes over time, depending on what the agency, what data basically they're seeing from incidents they respond to, or even services that are requested. So right now, not surprisingly, we have four sectors identified, which one of them is elections infrastructure.
Okay.
Second is healthcare, public health industry, also K through 12 education, and then water, wastewater. Next year, that's looking obviously like it's going to change. Hopefully, after the debris has settled on the whole election process, which I haven't seen any incidents in my areas. I think overall through the agency, there hasn't been anything that causes concern. But next year, that's probably going to change. And so one of those industries that's going to look to maybe take some of that attention from us is going to be agriculture. Really looking into those food supply chains, how technology is being used, how it's being implemented. A lot of those businesses, especially in the South New Mexico area, West Texas areas, have been family owned for decades. And so, there's some basic practices that they should consider maybe having in place before they start getting targeted for whatever reason by malicious actors.
Let's pivot to the future a little bit. Every year, I feel like some of the same things are on some of the predictions. So I'm going to hit on a couple of those because they're humorous to me. I'm curious though about your opinion. But I have to ask, with the evolution we just seen the last 3 or 4 months in ransomware and how they're going about attacking to get in. Do you think we're just scratching at the surface with AI and other tools, or have we seen it all?
It's definitely an evolving threat landscape. So just this year, the National Cyber Director put out a report based on trends that they're seeing, and also they have an outlook into the next year. That's a great report. I recommend you look into it. Basically, it's a first report of its kind to ever be put out. It's meant for it to be looked over by Congress and the president. And so it really helps to kind of set the baseline of what agencies like CISA and responders like the FBI, et cetera, will need maybe resources in as these threats kind of change over time. And so I'll start off with AI. That definitely was talked about in that report. Um, and a lot of it aligns with what my personal thoughts. So anyways, with AI, it's one of those things that's being explored, I think, still as an offensive tool, but also defensive. And so it's going to be interesting to see how both of offense and defense cybersecurity players are kind of tapping into it to kind of outdo each other. Definitely, probably speed will play into that. So automation will be implemented, and so how quickly will defenders be able to also set in like playbooks, automatic playbooks, and things like that already? That's already being used. However, again, with AI, that'll probably just speed up the whole process.
Our internal terminology leverages offensive and defensive security strategies as well for the group. Will you do a quick definition of the two? Is that what you were referring to just now? The offensive strategy and defensive strategy of security? Is that something y'all use internally?
That is one of the terms we use. So offensive security with us, we usually mean that to be on the more like the attacker side, right? So that's, let's say if you're doing a penetration test on your systems, or just finding vulnerabilities, those type of tactics. We're on the defensive side, we're working more of the usual teams looking to defend, what controls can they implement, how are they going to respond to incidents. So that's mainly what I mean by those terms.
Perfect. We've been using it. I thought, well, my bad, Felix. I thought we were the same on this term. We're using it for the preventative measures around like EDR and SIM type technologies that are scouring the environment using machine learning and behavior changes to capture bad actors in the act as offensive, and things like backups, DR plans as more defensive. How are we going to restore in the event that things fail? And I've enjoyed having those conversations probably more than any other these last 4 years with our customer base, talking about how do you balance your investment in security. Well, we got to have a robust defensive strategy. Defense wins championships. Then how do we put little things in offense to make sure that we reduce that blast radius so we don't get hit too hard? I got a question that just came in. I want to hit on it, and then I'm going to give you a couple of those normal predictors we hear. Just give me a little quick thumbs up, thumbs down. Is that really something we need to worry about? Tamara just asked a good one, though. She said, at what point or when should someone engage CISA?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You don't have to actually engage with CISA. I'll start with that. That is, it's up to you. It's a choice whether you want to let us know about let's say an incident or some sort of help with our services we provide, and how we can help you again come up with that cyber security strategy. So let me start off with I guess the most like obvious time when somebody thinks of CISA, which is when they're going through an incident. Yeah, like I mentioned, you don't have to let us know about it. You don't have to contact us. However, during an incident, that's something that I actually like to ask stakeholders I work with. Whenever I first meet them, I ask them, if you're going through an incident, and again, this incident exceeded your organization's ability to respond to it at an acceptable level that you feel that is, who do you call first? Do you call CISA? Do you call the FBI? Do you call your legal team, or do you call your cyber insurance? And so it's a little bit of a blanket statement. I understand everybody, is a different situation. But for the most part, I always recommend always talk to your legal team first before reaching out to federal agency or maybe any third partners or customers, etc. Always talk to your legal team first, let them know the situation, let them know what you think the impact is at the moment, and then they can help you, give you some information and guide you through next steps you can take. After that, more than likely, if you do have something like cyber insurance, definitely engaging with them is probably a good idea. After that, let's say now you do want to reach out to federal agencies. This point, you're probably going to start an investigation depending on the impact. So then reach out to the FBI, like I said. Usually we're going to be working together, communicating as we go through an incident. We'll be talking to your incident response team, your cyber insurance, your legal team, etc., to get a good scope about what the impact could be. But then when you do, talk to CISO, there's a couple of different things that we need you to know about before contacting us and what information you're going to share with us. And it also varies by the type of industry you're in. So again, James, I don't want to make this a long-winded answer, but I'll go a little bit into the details of these are kind of the things that we discuss when we create your cybersecurity strategy. Part of that is your incident response plan. So anyways, first thing I'm probably going to ask you is, what is the traffic light protocol designation you want to give on that, you want to put or label on that information that you're going to tell me? That's important because that pretty much puts restrictions around the information that you're going to let me know. And so just like traffic lights, we have green, we have amber, we have and red, but then we also have amber strict. And pretty much what all those mean is that if something's green, then it's information that will be shared more than likely with other partners we work with, whether they're public or private entities. If it's amber, we're going to keep that information only with trusted partners. So let's say you're working with local government and you work with the MSISAC or the HISAC, let's say you're a healthcare industry, we're probably going to share that information with them. Now, if it's amber strict, that information only stays with our agency. And then finally, if it's red, that's information that's only shared with very specific people within the agency. And so, that's something, James, that's a little bit kind of, if you haven't heard of that before, it's a little bit difficult to process. It sounds simple enough, but yet it can get complicated. If you're under duress and the fog of war is real during an incident, right? That's a real thing, and you have to make those decisions. Yeah, that's what I would ask you. How do you want to protect this information you're sharing with me? At that point, then depending on the circumstance, who's being affected, then we can talk about ways that the agency can help you. If it turns out to be a small impact type of incident, then more than likely, we'll just take that as just information to get a better understanding of the landscape of what's going on, threat landscape for the area. But let's say it's a high impact service that's causing issues, then we do have an incident response team in the DC area. That's one of our programs that's available to help. So again, James, that's kind of what it would look like at a very high level should you work with CISA during an incident. Now, let's say you work with CISA where we're intended to really be most effective in, which is the pre-incident or left of boom part of an incident. That's really where I would say we were kind of made to kind of work with critical infrastructure stakeholders. Really, we just want to make you more prepared, more resilient. And to do that, we really focus on identifying risk. We help you do that. So we do that through assessments. There are different tiers. We have introductory, beginner type of tier assessments, up to intermediate and advanced. And each one is more granular and more specific into what we're looking for, how you're running your program. But keep in mind, we're like a non-regulatory, we're not an auditing agency. It's really, in reality, you're just assessing yourself. We're just helping you do that based on the tools that we have. And so once you take assessments, for example, then we help that guy